everyone else running a few minutes behind on things. But it's day 3 of the draft. And, you know, final day of the draft. We got kids racing, we got all this other stuff. Nobody's picked yet. I'm going to be swamped with picks for day 3, but, you know, this is going to be a very interesting day 3. So far, 12 players remain atop my board. And we've got 2 round 1 grades still on the board in Dion Walker and Clay Webb. And Clay Webb's been a consensus day 3 pick on most guys' boards, but I just love his tape. I freaking love Clay Webb's tape. He's going to be a steal. I think he's a bargain in day 3 compared to Gray Zabel, who I had at 52. I had Gray Zabel at 58 on my big board. I had the same floor and ceiling grade on Gray Zabel that I have on Shedeur Sanders, and Shedeur Sanders is still on the board, but, you know, there's some other picks in this board as well. No, I don't agree with Jeremiah that Shedeur's a top 20 player. I think Shedeur's the 56th best player in the draft, and I've got 11 players ahead of him on my board. So, you know, I do like Torrey Horton, so I respect that Jeremiah actually put him in his top 100. I do respect that, but a lot of the guys that got picked last night were reaches, in my opinion. So, yeah. And the Titans are about to make a pick. So Joey has replied, I'm willing to bet he's the first one to arrive here. Do we have any news on the Titans? So Roger Goodell is at the podium. So the Titans are now on the clock. Okay, Oren's here. All right. Thank you, Oren. Welcome. Just waiting to get set up here.
Let me turn down my TV.
I'm all right. So welcome, Oren. We're just waiting to get set up. We got all the picks updated last night, so we're on the Titans. We're hearing wide receiver is going to be the pick. Think Xavier Restrepo, Torrey Horton, maybe one of those two here. But we're hearing the Titans are going to pick a receiver, and that's according to Damone Talbot. The pick's not officially in yet, but early speculation is that's the direction the Titans are going to go in.
Bill Callahan. Anyway, yeah, I like your little layout here. Let's see what these guys have a bunch of layout. They actually had
I've got like 6 photos already in case Deion Walker falls to round 5. I've already got 6 photos of the top 6 players on my board in the back pocket.
The one standout that I liked on your list was Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. I really like that guy. I feel he'll be very productive on a team.
I agree. I think Stutzman is going to be a steal.
There's a few guys I think that the NFL Network just put up, and some of them are on your list, some of them are not.
Torrey Horton's on my list, but I have a 3rd round grade on him. But he's in Daniel Jeremiah's top 6 for best players available. And I do love Horton's film. I mean, his 22 and 23 film was fantastic. But he got injured early this year. And he plays for a group of 5 school. It's a big reason why he dropped to day 3, even though he ran a good 40, had a good combine.
Yeah, I believe this is going to be a fun day. It's a long 4 hours. 4 hours.
I agree.
And we're just opening up. I'm sure Titans already know who they want. They had all night to select. It's just a matter of clock, making it fun and dramatizing the whole day. Once the Titans get started, I think we're going to probably have about an hour, 4th round, probably.
Well, the 4th round and 3rd round are longer than the 4th round in last year's draft, but the 5th round and 6th round are shorter. Right. 7th round is longer.
Well,
than last year.
7th round got a lot of picks. That's the problem.
That's true. That's very true, Oren. That's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, 7th round, what do we have, like 50 picks, so, but in either case, it is about 4 hours, so sit back, enjoy yourself, I'm drinking my coffee because it's only 9 o'clock out here. We're gonna have fun, and
Shamir Dyke, the Florida Gators wide receiver, who I didn't even have getting drafted, is the first pick to kick off round 4. That is not a great pick. I don't even think he's the best receiver on Florida. I like Elijah Badger better.
I haven't even looked at X this morning, so I'm not gonna.
So Shamir Dyke, wide receiver, Florida. I don't even think he's the best receiver on Florida, but he started at Wisconsin. And then he transferred to Florida for his final season. But Badger would have been a 2026 day 2 or even a day 1 pick if he went back to Florida, but he didn't. But Shamir Dyke did lead Florida in receptions, despite the fact that Elijah Badger is considered the better prospect with the higher ceiling. So I don't really like this pick, to be honest. But, we'll see. The Titans did need a slot receiver in the worst way possible. I can't give this an F grade, but I do think it's a massive reach. So we're probably going to give the Titans a D. Maybe I'll give the Titans dry cornbread. I don't know. Only dry cornbread grade I've handed out this year was the Darian Porter pick the Raiders made it the 3rd round. I did not like that pick.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's early though. It's still very early in the day.
All right. Here comes the announcement for sure, but I hear you.
I'm glad you hear me.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that receiver from Florida, so I can't really talk too much on him, Chris. So I'm gonna keep that. Shamir Dyke. I don't know. Yeah, but I can give you his measurables. Why we have He ran a
I
4.
got all that stuff archived on the site with the combine and everything.
Right.
But he led.
Go ahead.
I like Badger better, but Dyke led Florida in receptions. That's really all I'm going to say. Two sentences, one paragraph. Keep it short and sweet. Get the grade posted, because at this rate, if we're even going to be able to keep track of any picks, that's really... I know there's updates available on my computer, but I really do not have time to do an update.
Yeah,
Jaguars pick is in. Jaguars pick is in, so I've got like about a second to reload the page, and then... Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. The freaking... I'm screen sharing the website with the live grades and everything, and it freaking X'd out. That makes me very angry. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my internet. Okay? I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my internet.
Just it would happen. I didn't know it happened. That's all. Thought you lost something.
Yeah, it's like...
I hate.
And I misspelled Florida Gators. Crap. That's Florida Gators. That's the correct spelling for Florida Gators. FOLRDAGATORS. That's the correct spelling for Florida Gators. I don't know why the logo's not showing up. That is the exact... There we go. I think I put a Q in instead of an A. But yeah, you can see, I'll screen share the Chimere Dyke thing, and then we'll get to the pick here. Give me a second. Jags are about to announce their pick live. So, and
God, you're going to love this one.
I do not like that pick. I had Tootin in the 7th round. I don't think his ceiling's very high, but, there's a lot of people that like him. That was a reach, but the Jaguars needed depth at running back behind, and it's a good running back class. So I will give this a D+.
Yeah, Bashul Shutin, a running back, is 104th overall pick.
Yeah, Joey's just here. Welcome, Joey. He's on Talk Shoe. I can put the...
He's driving again.
Joey, Oren, we had to hear your background yesterday.
I turned it off.
I'm not mad at you. I was mad at my internet because I was mad at my internet. Because it X'd out. Okay, I was not mad at anyone here. Okay.
He's getting upset already.
That's a valid reason to be mad. I'm not mad at you or Oren. I think you and Oren are doing fantastic work.
And the Giants.
You know what? I am going to move Tutton up to a C- because I did give Jacksonville. I mocked Tutton to Jacksonville in the 7th round. So the Jaguars actually listened to me. So I'll move this up to a C- because the Jaguars listened to me. But I still think it's a massive reach.
It's all about right now. Through the 4th round, I think. I don't think there's much difference from round 4 to round 2. I think there's a lot of talent. They could have done round 2. They're still in round 4.
Oh, here we go. I love this pick. And this is the one we've been waiting for.
Joey, Oren's about to announce the pick. Oren's about to announce the next selection. As much as I'd love to hear you continue this rant, Oren's about to announce the next selection. So please.
This is a guy we had drafted in the 3rd round, maybe even the 2nd round in our draft. Cam Scatterboot, Arizona State running back.
That is an excellent pick for the Giants. That's probably the first A+ grade I've handed the Giants since they took Abdul Carter at 3, which is pretty sad when you consider how bad Joe showed his botched this draft.
I mean, they took Jackson Dart, which is good. They just
Jackson Dart's not good. He's the 4th best quarterback. I mean, I like Quinn Ewers more than Jackson Dart. I like Shedeur more than Dart. They're both still available. Jackson Dart is not good. I'm sorry, Oren. I respectfully disagree with you.
Well, they got him. I don't know. They got him, so everybody thinks he's good.
To be fair, the Giants, Browns, and Saints all did have Tyler Show ahead of Shedeur on their draft boards. To be fair to your point, Oren.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this could.
I will say this. I have done extensive research this morning. One of the reasons I was late is because I was doing research on the Shedeur Sanders situation. I knew it for 2 hours. And I firmly believe this is a message from the NFL to anybody who wants to take a 1980s approach being super positive and saying, we don't.
I don't know what you're saying at all.
You are going to live the process, you are going to love the process, and we are going to drag you based on the process. Because we are not the same way we were back then, and they are not.
No comprende inglés.
Yeah, that's great and all, but my Patriots are on the clock, and Scatibo's just a fantastic pick for the Giants. I mean, they get him at round 4. I mocked him in round 3. He went in round 2 of our group mock. Justin David Kish took him in round 2, but, you know, the Giants got him in round 3, so that's a really good value pick with Cam Scatibo this late in the 3rd round. I mean, this is early in the 4th round. Yes, 4th round. Sorry, I'm not completely awake yet. But yeah, I do believe Cam Scatibo is going to be the day 1 starter. I'm not high on Tyrone Tracy or Eric Gray or Devin Singletary. I do think Scatibo is going to be the week 1 starter for the Giants at running back. So if you're in dynasty leagues for fantasy football, stash up by Cam Scatibo.
Well, the reason why, I mean, the Giants, I really like this, what they've been doing here. I mean, Carter's going to be incredible.
Carter and Scatibo are their only good picks, but that's just what I've seen.
Right. And Dart, we don't know. In 2-3 years, you know,
Dart could be good, but I think he's more likely to be a Paxton Lynch. He fumbled the ball frequently. I feel like his receivers bailed him out a lot more than you'd think. But we'll see what happens. My Patriots are up. I think he can beat out Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, and Eric Gray.
Let's look at your Pats. I know you love them, so I'm going to make you have you announce.
You're not going to leak the pick, so we're just going to wait to see until it happens on television.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so I have actually managed to update the first 3 picks of this 4th round, and if none of my 2nd round players get picked and Cam Scatibo's the highest player on the board, that'll be the cover photo for round 4 if we go to that. But the Patriots, 6 teams have not slipped up in my draft, Joey. I've got 6 teams that have had all A+ grades so far. The Bengals, the Ravens, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Patriots, and the Colts. Who's going to be the first of those 6 to slip up today? Maybe it'll be my Patriots at 106.
Who do you want here, Chris? Who do you want the Patriots to select?
My team's on the clock. Can you please save this for when the Jaguars are up? Please, please, I'm begging you.
I know.
Okay, that's great. My team's on the clock, and I'm begging you, I'm pleading, I'm on my knees pleading you to continue this rant when the Jaguars are on the clock.
No, this is the last point.
I'm gonna. Please.
What the hell's going on? And they're not gonna
click them off for a bit.
Craig Woodson out of Cal. Craig Woodson's a player I did have a starter grade on. This is a great pick. Craig Woodson is a player I had a starter grade on. This is a very good pick for the Patriots. I do think he has starter potential, but he's going to be that 3rd safety. And, at Craig Woodson, I had an 85 out of 99 for potential. That's just good enough. Yes, the Patriots. That means let me savor the moment, and then you can rant about the Shedeur Sanders when the Jaguars are up and piss off the city of Jacksonville in the process. You can piss off your city, and I can be happy for my Patriots. I love this pick. We get a safety for depth behind behind Jabril Peppers and Kyle Duggar, and it's a player I have who's raw, but I think can develop into a starter in Craig Woodson. I mean, Craig Woodson was the third best player on Cal behind Xavier Carlton and Jaden Ott. And Jaden Ott went back to school, transferred to Oklahoma. Xavier Carlton's a gem. A lot of people are underlooking, but Woodson's the only one of the trio outside of Carlton that I think could be a starter on Cal. Maybe Noah Williams of the Chiefs can develop into a starter because the Chiefs are great at developing talent. And Noel Williams, their third-round pick, was a special teams player. But I really like this Craig Woodson pick for New England here in the 4th round. It's a great depth pick at safety. And I think he can develop into a starter if the Patriots do move on from Jabril Peppers or Kyle Duggar. So I really like this pick. I'm very happy we got him.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Vrabel, and then he hired an offensive coordinator that was a head coach. I think the Patriots are going to be back on track this year. They've been doing a lot in the draft. Couple things in free agency.
I think they can get 7 to 11 wins. I don't know if they've done enough to be a playoff team yet, Oren, but I do agree with you. I think they're going to get a 7 to 11 wins, and they're going to finish in the top 10 of the AFC. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I think they're going to finish in the top 10 of the AFC this year.
Correct. I just, you had a poor season last year. I mean, not saying my team had a poor season too, but you got to go back to fit somewhere, and it's. In the NFL, it's kind of a slow process. Sometimes you get lucky, but I do feel that the Patriots are going to go back to their winning ways, starting next year. I mean, that's the thing. It was time to develop. You got the QB of the future, and now
the Jaguars select Jack Kaiser. So before I could even get my write-up done for round 4, the Jaguars swoop in and they get Jack Kaiser. So, I mean, that's a great pick, too, because you're getting him for depth. You are getting Jack Kaiser for depth. You have Ventrell Miller as the backup middle linebacker. You have Chad Muma as the left outside linebacker and the backup right outside linebacker in a 4-2-5. But Kaiser's a guy who can push Ventrell Miller for that backup middle linebacker job. He's also a guy who could end up taking over as the starting middle linebacker if the Jaguars choose to cut if they choose to cut their middle linebacker, Foyesade Olakun, to save cap space. I don't think that's going to happen, Joey, but he is one of the players the Jaguars can cut to save cap space in 2026, according to Tony Mario. I don't think Foyesade's going to get cut, but I do think that's an interesting nugget that he posted in his mock draft. But yeah.
Okay, my turn.
Yes, your turn, Oren. You have the floor. You have the stage all to yourself, buddy.
Nobody cut me off, Joey.
Take the lead on this while I update some picks on the site.
The Raiders are finally back on the clock. I don't know if they're going to go for this. I believe they're going to get a QB. I don't know if it's going to be Shedeur, but I think this is a good time. If they want a QB in this draft, I believe a QB is going to go off right here. Whether it's Howard, Ewers, or Shedeur, I don't know. They met with all 3 QBs. We know kind of the ties to Shedeur with Tom Brady, but that doesn't make sense. They haven't got him earlier. So I don't know. We don't know the whole wrongdoings, but, he waited 3 days to get his name called. It's not a bad thing if he does. And then as far as I do like Howard because he does have the ties to Chip Kelly. So I believe one of those 2 will go right now. That's just my insight. I mean, my opinion, but you never know. They did follow through with getting a lot of the position holes through what they needed earlier here. Getting all the depth. They do have like 6 picks in this today, which is a lot. They have 3 in this round, 1 in the 4th round, 1 in the 5th round, 3 in the 6th round, 1 in the 7th round. So they got a lot of picks left. So I think the rest of this is just going to be depth.
I got an update on my Craig Woodson write-up really quickly. I gave Woodson an A in man coverage, an A+ in zone, and an A in press coverage, and an A- in rough run stuffing. He ran a 4.45 at the combine, can play in any coverage scheme. Great pick by Elliott Wolf. I actually mocked him in the 5th round, so that's why it took a little bit longer than usual to find his write-up, and I listed him as a
well, we got. Hey, let me give you my pick, Chris. Sorry to cut you off, but we selected Dante Thornton, wide receiver.
I think Brew McCoy's got the most upside on Tennessee, but Dante Thornton was going to get drafted. Even if you didn't like his tape or his route tree, he was going to get drafted on two things: his size and his speed.
That's
and he led the country in yards per catch. What else, Oren?
That's so I think that's probably a Davis pick because he's very fast. So that's how they chose him. So I'm going to mute myself and see what they have to say on the TV here. I'm excited about this pick though.
I had him in the 7th round. I'm not very high on him, but we'll see what happens. I'm not at the point where I'm grading him. I'm still grading the Woodson pick. Things are starting to move a little bit faster than I thought they would. And the Bills and Bears have traded. The Bills have traded. The Bears traded 109 to the Bills, and then the Bills traded 109 to the Bears, and now the Bears have traded back 109 to the Bills. It's like they're playing wife swap with this draft pick. Ryan Poles and Brandon Beane are playing wife swap with this draft pick. This is the 3rd time those two teams have swapped this pick over last year, which is insane.
Well, anyway, let me get back to my pick.
Bill's pick is in, by the way.
Can I just get back to my pick really quick?
I'd like to get back to my pick too, Oren, but we can either...
go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Those are the choices.
I'm good. If you want to keep talking about the Patriots, I can come back later.
Over and over and over again. That just seems really freaking weird. And what the hell's going on?
Brandon Beane and Ryan Poles are playing tug-of-war with this draft pick, and Brandon Beane just has more muscle than Poles, so he wins the tug-of-war. I don't know.
Deion Walker.
Deion Walker is my top-ranked player on the board. This is an A-plus pick. This makes up for the shitty selection of TJ Sanders in round 2, where the Bills mortgaged their next 3 draft picks to get him. Obviously, Brandon Beane read our write-up on TJ Sanders. Otherwise, there's no way he makes a trade of this caliber. So, Deion Walker is a Buffalo Bill, Joey. My number 1 player off the board is now a Bill. So, that does frighten me. And I do think Deion Walker can take the starting defensive tackle job from Daquan Jones. I think he's that good.
I'm glad I don't like that pick because my Browns are in the AFC and the Bills are positioning themselves to win the AFC.
The Bills are going to win Super Bowl 61. Like I told you, I think this year goes to the Bengals. Next year goes to Buffalo. And he wins double teams consistently. He's won triple teams and gotten pressure on the quarterback. Maybe he hasn't sacked the quarterback, but he's won triple teams. Exactly.
He does have to learn to keep, and he may have to put his weight down. Because I know you can't bend your knees as much if your weight's high. So maybe he has to put his weight down a little bit, bend his
The reason why I wanted to talk about my pick because I found out more information.
His natural ability, his unshot ability, his weight, his size, and his ability and his inability to get down may be something that NFL teams have to work on.
Yeah.
Bills, if they can get him,
But right now, the Bills have 4 defensive tackles on their depth chart, Joey. They've got Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones as the starters, and they've got the 2 rookies, TJ Sanders and Deion Walker, as the backups. That's their depth at defensive tackle. So they're 4 deep at defensive end and defensive tackle since they took Landon Jackson in the 3rd round, too. I'll give the Jets a B grade for Jack Kaiser. The reason I'm giving them a B is because I think there's better middle linebackers on the board like Danny Stutzman and Jay Higgins, but I do like Kaiser. I do think that's a nice fit for Jacksonville, and I think he's going to beat out Ventrell Miller for the backup middle linebacker job. So I do like the pick. I just don't love the pick.
I don't know too much about Dante from the Raiders, but it looks like he's one of the larger receivers. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's basically what I tried to tell you, Oren. His strengths are his height and his 40 time. His size and his 40 time are his 2 biggest strengths, but he doesn't bring much else to the table. He's not a great route runner.
Well, it looks like that's perfect for what Geno needs. He needs somebody to throw the ball like a long ball to.
Yeah, he's great in the vertical passing game, but he's limited everywhere else.
Well,
he's basically a discount Jalen Hyatt.
We have a route runner, and that's we have one of the best route runners in the business.
You got one good route runner. You need 2 good route runners to win in this league. I hate to be the one that breaks the bubble, but you need 2 good route runners in today's NFL. I'm not saying you need 3 like all these route runner extremists, even though I am pretty big on the route tree, but you need at least 2 route runners to win in today's NFL. And most of you, Jacoby Myers is a number 2 receiver, even though he's their best receiver still.
Right, Jacoby Myers, and you have the best tight end. So we'll see how it works out.
I think they've got a really good number 2 tight end in Mayer as well.
I think we're going to see some trade soon. I think they're going to trade O'Connell and
the Titans tried to trade Will Levis, but they refused because nobody offered them a 3rd round pick. But they put Levis on the trading block last night. You could have listened to our draft show 2 years ago, and Oren, Joey, Wes, our entire draft team would have told you that the Titans are not getting a 3rd round return for Will Levis because all of us had a 5th round grade on him. I mean, shit.
No, Will Levis is that's because they're just making fun of it. You know, it would be funny, Chris.
This year is going to bring for Will Levis. Rest in peace, your starting.
You know, everybody's cracking the joke about Will Levis, and I'll let Joey speak.
Yep.
Well, everybody's cracking about comparing Will Levis to Shedeur. What if Shedeur gets selected at the same place that Tom Brady got selected? Do you remember that number? 5th rounder.
Actually, Tom Brady was a 6th rounder, and he was pick 199. The Chargers have picked 199, but they also have Taylor Heineke and Trey Lance. And if you drafted him at that spot, those 2 are essentially competing for a roster spot, and Trey Lance probably gets cut.
Yeah, but I think he'll get selected in this round, whether it's
coming up right now. The only difference is the NFL and the state attorney. I don't know what city's going to take him, even though we don't. And I think this is a lesson that I can see a Tom Brady situation with Shedeur Sanders because Tom Brady is Shedeur Sanders' mentor. He works out with Tom Brady every offseason. So
I have the pick for the Jets.
It's Arian Smith. God, the Jets reached again. Dominic Lovett's the best receiver on Georgia, but the Jets, they reached again. This is going to be the 2nd time I've given the Jets an F grade, so just...
That's a big reach, because I remember we had him in the 6th or 7th round of our mock.
No, we had Lovett in the 6th or 7th round. We didn't even have Arian getting drafted.
Wow, so yeah. Oh, yeah, you had the other guy. That's true. You're right, from Florida State. Florida State didn't even have a great year.
We're talking. Arian Smith went to Georgia, but I'm talking about Dominic Lovett, the Georgia wide receiver. We had him in the 6th, 7th round of our group mock and my mock draft. Arian Smith wasn't even in my mock or Tony Mario's mock. So the Jets, another F grade. I love it. I love tearing this team a new one. I feel like Joey when he roasts Woody Johnson, but I'm just not as edgy.
Well, you know. But anyway, Eagles selected Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, Nebraska.
Not even the best defensive tackle on his own team. Nash Hutmacher is better. Hutmacher knocked Jonah Monheim on his ass and sacked the USC's quarterback. Ty Robinson isn't even the best defensive tackle on his own team. So, I mean, that's the problem I have with this pick. But he's a 34 left end. He fits the Eagles scheme. So, and I gave the Eagles a C. I think I gave the Eagles a C- for the Andrew Mukaba pick in round 2. I was going to give them a D-, but then I found the write-up I did on Mukaba, so I bumped that up. So I'm going to give the Eagles a D- here. No F grade for Howie Roseman. It is a position of need, but I don't think I think they took the worst of the 2 defensive tackles on Nebraska. So Howie Roseman screwed up here.
It's funny.
I love it. Howie Roseman, this is not a draft. I mean, Jahad Campbell's the only player on the Eagles that I view as a potential starter 4 or 5 years from now. The rest of these guys look like guys who are just going to come in, be backups, be depth players, be role players, play out their rookie contracts, and then go elsewhere. That's kind of my impression on the Eagles so far. And they got their Super Bowl in their window, which is all that really matters. But I don't think they're going to win multiple ones like the Chiefs, like some Eagles fans do. What if the Saints should here and then they had 5 QBs?
We're getting to the Saints here, and I sent Chris a roast. It was funny. I don't know if it was true or not, but it's funny because the Saints. Go ahead. He talks, and I can't.
This is a draft where you are trying to mimic each other, but you're not quite mimicking each other. And it's kind of disjointed because both front offices are from the same ilk, or from the same cloth. And it is really freaking it's disjointed. It is not normal.
There we go. Yeah, great pick. Yes.
Oren's got the Saints pick in.
I believe the New Orleans Saints, my second favorite team, select Oklahoma linebacker Danny Stutzman.
That is a fantastic pick. Stutzman can play all 3 linebacker roles in a 43 defense. He can also play in a 34 defense. Only question is, where is he going to be on the Saints depth chart? That's the big question. I think Pete Werner got extended. Demario Davis, I think, is in the final year of his contract. My guess is he going to be the Mike linebacker of the future? But he might start out situationally as a Sam linebacker this year in limited plays. Because I know more teams run the nickel now, but I think if the Saints deploy a 43 package with 2 corners, they can use Stutzman situationally as a Sam linebacker. Then he takes over for Demario Davis next year.
I mean, the Saints have a lot of work to do. So
Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma.
And I sent what I was saying earlier before Joey got on, but you know, it was funny how I sent that little blurb to you. But the Tyler Show, you know, we'll see how he does. It's fair.
Tyler Show underthrew a pass at the combine bad. Did you see the viral video that was shown last night of Tyler Show?
Yeah, I did, and I'm not thrilled about it.
You can see why I did an eye drop when the Saints made that pick. You can understand my thought process of injecting an eye drop into my eye when the Saints made that pick. Okay, great.
And I can't believe they trolled Shedeur Sanders. I mean, they have that on tape.
Contact me. I still have a little bit of leeway at Walmart. We can get him in here in Jacksonville. We'll work he seems like a great guy. He seems like an adult learner. But his football game doesn't seem to be that great. Maybe even in this year, after he fails the NFL, he might come as a contributor to draft Utopia. So, I mean, anything's possible right here, right now. So, let's just work with that.
Tyler Show Major. Is William? What's going to happen first? The 49ers picking or William arriving in here? I'm going to see what Tyler Show majored in. He majored in interdisciplinary studies with a minor in criminal justice. So he might end up being a police officer. Tyler Show might be the future head of the New Orleans Police Department. His career in the NFL doesn't pan out. What? I could see it. I could see him being to New Orleans what Carl Winslow was to Family Matters if his NFL career doesn't pan out. I can't believe I compared an NFL prospect to Carl Winslow. What the hell is wrong with me? All right.
You know, if we go this far, Chris, do the Steelers grab Shedeur Sanders?
I want to know who's getting Clay Webb. Just curious because Clay Webb's the final player in my top 32. I really want to see where he goes, but he could end up falling to rounds 5 through 7 because I've seen him in round 7 in some mock drafts, even though I had him in my top 32 at the beginning of the year. And even though I wanted to move him down, I liked his tape too much to move him down. I don't really feel like he slipped up at any point in the process. So,
yeah, I have the 49ers pick.
What? Okay, great. I'm going to copy and paste the Dante Thornton Jr. write-up to Draft Utopia whenever I can find it. But go ahead. If you got the pick, you can announce it, I guess. I want to try to get CJ West of Indiana, another reach.
With 113th pick, and we're in the fourth round.
49ers did need another defensive tackle. I'm not high on CJ West, but at the same token, they needed somebody to. I don't think he's a guy who's guaranteed to beat out Jordan Elliott, but I think he can at least push Elliott to be better. So you may have gotten a DT3 instead of a DT2. That's why I'm going to give this a C grade. CJ West. You may have gotten a DT2 instead of a DT3, and CJ's going to brag about how a 10th player was in his mock was just drafted, because that's what a lot of people in the group mock are doing. They're bragging about their group mocks after the draft is happening. Like, we're just doing this for fun. It's not a popularity contest. But yeah, I'm just trying to find the Dante Thornton Jr. write-up I posted on the site so that I can
long ago, let's face it, Chris, you said it best. It's for fun. The real thing is,
I like bragging about my team's picks when we do well, but when you post screenshots of your group mock and say 9 of my 12 picks went in the first 3 rounds of the drafts, congratulations, you won the draft. But at the same time, it feels like you're having a measuring contest versus having fun with the draft.
Trevor Entine with the 114th pick to the Panthers. Rounding back. Good pick.
Yeah. I don't think I have a write-up on Dante Thornton. I think I forgot to put him in my 7-round mock.
Well, anyway, Trevor Entine is the selection to the Panthers.
Trevor Etienne is a Panther. Great. And yeah, CJ West is a 49er, and Trevor Etienne is a Panther. And yes, these details do matter. I probably should go a little bit faster, but...
No worries. You're doing good. Don't worry about... We have somebody to talk in the background.
I've got the news ticker updated for every pick, and I've got... I've got the news ticker updated for every pick, and I've got the grades posted for almost every pick. Who'd the Saints take? Oh, they took Danny Stutzman.
Yes.
So I'm trying to get the picks what I did in round 3 this year that's different from previous years, I tried to get the pick up first and then the grade and then copy and paste the write-up second, because I feel like that will save me a little bit more time. And I did manage to get all of round 3 up because I did that. So different thought process compared to previous years, but that's what I did. And apparently that has... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Interweb, you're quitting during day 3 of the draft. You could have quit last night. You choose to quit during day 3 of the draft when I need you the most. Interweb is the server I use for code on Snow Leopard, but you choose now. You choose now to quit on me. You could have chose later. Could have chose never to quit on me, but you choose now. It's really a dick move, Interweb. But yeah, Trevor Etienne's the pick. Do you have anything on the Cardinals, Oren?
Not as of yet.
Okay. Keep looking. I'm going to check my text, see if William has sent me anything. Yeah. Yo, hanging in the studio. Okay. All right. William's here. Sorry, I've got sidetracked. And is Mary here too? I got 5 people in the chat room. Are William and Mary both on the stream?
Yes,
they are. They are both on the stream. Okay. Perfect. Oren.
Take your time.
I am. I'm trying to get both William and Mary on. Mary, I'm going to get you on first. I'm going to get William on second because I know you didn't really have a lot of time yesterday. So I'm going to try my very best to get you on. I turned your camera on, Mary. Sorry about that. I'm trying.
You're fine.
Okay. Everyone's here. Great. Fantastic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel about the Packers draft so far, Mary?
Hey, Shedeur Sanders is a Cardinal.
Awesome. Kyler Murray's going to teach Shedeur Sanders about Call of Duty.
I don't know. I gotta check my thing. That's the only thing I see so far.
I'm kidding, but yeah.
Did you ask about the Packers picks?
Yes, Mary, I asked about the Packers.
Sorry. It's kind of loud right here. I'm actually, in front of the stage right now, kind of.
That's pretty dope.
I loved the Matthew Golden pick. That was a great reach for me. From Longhorn fans, they say he's going to be great. However, I'm going to reach out to them after I get back home from the draft to actually interview some Longhorn fans to see how the Packers would use him. As for the tackle last night, I don't know if you guys talked about it, but Goodicott said he's going to try out at left tackle first and then probably move him to guard. And then for the other wide receiver, I like him.
Felton's interesting because I figured the Packers were going to take a lineman. I initially did mock a guard in the first round, and because all 3 of the 22 picks that are starting are in the final year of their contract. So I figured Packers are one of these teams that historically like to reload at certain positions. I don't think I dislike any of these players, but I don't know if they like any of these offensive linemen to commit to giving them an extension. And the same with the receiver because, Watson is the one guy they would lock up, but his injury history scares a lot of people.
Okay.
Christian Watson. Cody Simon, your guy, went to the Cardinals at 115, Oren. Cody Simon.
Yeah, I was going to announce it, but you got it before me, so I didn't want to interrupt Mary over there. Just let her.
I appreciate that, Oren. I appreciate that.
Worries. Yeah. Good morning, both of you guys. I know it's for me morning. Man? For you, it's afternoon. Well, I think Will's still in his morning there.
Oh yeah. It's morning out here. I think
it's still morning on the East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah. Well, as I was saying earlier, we have a long day ahead of us. Mary, is it busy over there?
No, I just don't want you guys copyrighted.
Yeah. I think the Packers took a second receiver in the 3rd round last night. I don't remember who exactly at the top of my head, but I'm pretty certain they did take
the Packers pick.
Yes.
It was Williams.
Yeah. Savion Williams out of TCU. Yep. And we do have a trade to announce. The Texans have just given the Dolphins a 2026 3rd-round pick for 116 and 224.
Okay.
So the Texans are now on the clock instead of Miami. Texans got the Dolphins' 3rd-round pick and then they ended up trading it. And now they got the Dolphins' 4th-round pick. A lot
Oh
of
wow.
moving parts between Nick Caserio and Chris Greer. I've noticed that a lot of these GMs, they've built enough rapport with each other to where they're making numerous trades. It feels like some of these GMs have a comfort level, a positive working relationship with each other, so they're just constantly trading with each other.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah, and back to Cody Simon. I selected him in our group mock.
he was
And
my
I think
Mr. Relevant. He went a lot earlier than expected, but I
by
was a
you.
fan of his 2023 tape, but I didn't think he would go as early as you did, Oren. So kudos to you
Yeah,
on that one.
yeah. The more film I watched, and I sent it to you and a couple of other people, this guy strips right up the middle, and any team is going to be lucky to have him. Maybe he won't start this year, but in 2 years, he gets the skill. He's fast, goes right up the middle. Great linebacker to have on your team. He just gets to the quarterback really fast. I mean, Ohio State is a good team, guys. So, I mean, he's coming from that good defense of Ohio State, and I just see his future very bright for the Cardinals. 259 tackles it shows here on the NFL Network. And I ain't a Cardinal fan.
Oh, I'm definitely not a Cardinal fan.
Yeah, the Cardinals have only had one bad pick, and it was their 3rd-round pick. Well, actually, I don't know if the Cardinals have had a bad pick yet. They got Jordan Birch in the 3rd round. They got Will Johnson. They might be the 7th team that's gotten an A+ in every grade. They got Walter Nolan. They got Will Johnson. They got Jordan Birch, 2.5 technique guys, and now you get an inside linebacker at Cody Simon, and you got Will Johnson, who was once the #1 corner over Travis Hunter back in the summer, the 2nd round. So I think the Cardinals have had one of their better drafts, and they got Josh Sweat from the Eagles in free agency too. So I think a lot of moving parts are there for Arizona next year. I just wish they had a better #2 receiver over Michael Wilson.
Better quarterback too. One that's not playing COD all the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
Nah,
This says
I
Oren
gotta
left
give
the
him hell.
stream. Okay, I'll add him back. I added Oren to the stream. I clicked the add to stream button. Oren, I don't know what's going on.
Anyway,
All
going
right.
back to the Cardinals, they drastically overachieved last year. I mean, considering the division they're in with, Seahawks and Rams in the West, and my Niners. But having a draft like that with Walter Nolan, that was a pick that I liked, or a prospect, that I wouldn't have necessarily minded at number 11 to the Niners. But this Cardinals team is definitely good, and Trey McBride has quietly become about the best tight end in the league. So, I mean, they're definitely on their way up. Like I said, I just think Kyler Murray's a little bit overrated. So, other than that, I mean,
I kind of agree with you on that on Kyler Murray. I mean, everybody expected him to be great, but he hasn't. I mean, look what he's competing with. Now, Seattle's built up to Rams, 49ers. This is going to be a tight division, the NFC West, this coming year, and we'll see who go to, because I do see a lot of pickups, a lot of new. I like the draft for this the West here. I mean, they got a lot of different needs to fill it for each of those.
Jaquavian Marks, nicknamed Woody Marks, but he was Jaquavian Marks at Ole Miss, but he's nicknamed Woody Marks. I don't like that pick for Houston. That's a reach.
Well, they're the ones who moved up for him.
Yeah, it's still a reach, though. I mean, Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce are better than him. Still a reach. Congratulations. You got a 3rd-string running back in the 4th round. Whoop-de-freaking.
A running back from USC.
It's not as good as you think it is, Oren. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He's not as good as you think he is.
No, USC is horrible this year, so I can't back them. So
Yeah, Mark's just kind of fits the, like you said, third string, kind of committee kind of guy, uh, maybe a little bit of a third down back, but other than that, I mean, there's a lot better running backs on the board. So,
And the Rams just took one of them, Jarquez Hunter. I have a starter grade on Jarquez Hunter, and the Auburn running back, first team All SEC. He's going to be competing with Blake Corum for the backup running back gig, and now the Rams are 3 deep at running back. Fantastic job by the Rams getting Jarquez Hunter here.
the Falcons are back on the clock.
Like I definitely stated before, this is one hell of a running back class. I mean, there's definitely some that are going to surprise
there were better
the
running
people.
backs. They could have taken Taj Brooks. I thought
sure.
I thought the Texans reached, but I loved the Jarquez Hunter pick.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I won't give that an A+ because I mocked him in round 5, but I do think he has starter potential. The problem is the Rams are bloated. They have Kyron Williams entering the final year of his rookie deal. Are they going to pay him or let him walk? Because I think, frankly, they're in a position where they can do either. But since Kyron Williams is such a good pass blocker, he's been so consistent, my guess is they are going to pay him this summer. But they're going to get the rookie contract sorted out, try to stay under the salary cap.
I'm not sure how that team can do it. They always trade her. There for years they traded away their first round picks and everything else. But now they're picking, and the Cardinals are picking, and everyone's getting better. And I'm watching the Niners.
I hope the Niners reach
draft.
for CJ West. I think CJ took him in the group mock, but I was not high on CJ West personally. I think there are better defensive tackles still on the board. Howard Cross is still available. There's just better players, I think.
Yeah, indeed.
The Falcons select. Sorry to cut
Nazir
you off
Stackhouse is there. Who do the Falcons pick, Oren?
Oklahoma safety Billy Bowman.
That
Jr.
is a fantastic pick. I have a second-round grade on Billy Bowman. That is a fantastic pick. So the Falcons, they have Jesse Bates, they have Xavier Watts, they have Billy Bowman. I'm beginning to wonder if they're going to buy out Jesse Bates, William, because for them to draft 2 safeties like that, something's up. 2 safeties with ability to be starters. I'm beginning to wonder if they're going to buy out Bates when his contract is close to expiring. Because them to take 2 safeties in my top 50, that's just nuts. I'm going to pull up the Jesse Bates contract here because they've drafted.
And we were just talking about that, having Bates across from Watts.
Yeah, Justin Simmons played strong safety last year, but Simmons left, and so did Richie Grant. So they drafted Watts as a day 1 starter, but Bowman's probably going to be the number 3 safety. But Jesse Bates is a 2027 free agent. Falcons can buy him out right now if they want to, but they're probably going to buy him out next year to save the most cap space because next year they would save over $10 million in cap space by buying out Bates. That's the angle, William. Boom. That's the angle. That's why they took another safety.
Yep, I can definitely see it. So, but
next year we're going to have Billy Bowman at strong safety, and Watts is going to move to free safety where Bates plays. That's probably the plan for Atlanta, I would think. Because if you save over $10 million by buying out Jesse Bates, and he has a bad year, with safeties as talented as Bowman as Watts, it makes complete sense to buy him out from a salary cap standpoint.
And the Bengals select another linebacker, Barrett Carter from Clemson.
Barrett Carter is a way better value pick than Demetrius Knight. So I think Barrett Carter may end up starting if they trade Jermaine Pratt. So I love the Barrett Carter pick in round 4. It looks like the Bengals are going to keep their A+ streak alive. Just like my Patriots. Who's going to slip up? There's 6 teams, maybe 7. I think the Cardinals how many picks have the Cardinals made so far? I'm pretty sure they've only made the 4, but I want to double check.
4. Titans are back on the clock.
All right.
The pick is in, but I don't have to announce it. You guys can keep.
I want to get the. I want to look at the Cardinals draft pick by pick first, because I think Cody Simon. They got. I just want to make sure Cody Simon, Birch, and. Okay. All right. So, all right. They took. Yeah. So they took. Yeah, the Cardinals are the 7th team. So the Cardinals are the only team outside the Lions that's gotten an A+ grade at every pick in the NFC. That worries William to a point, because it's like they got Josh Sweat from the Eagles in free agency, and they've got former Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as the head coach. They got an offensive coordinator, that Drew Petzing, that worked with the Browns. Everything looks like it's clicking for Arizona. And the longer they dominate this draft, the more I'm tempted to pick them to win the NFC West over the Rams. But I think they've emerged as the de facto challenger to the Rams.
I would definitely say that they have a shot with that, because, like I was saying, I mean, last year they were, surprised. They started out, like 5-0 or something, or am I tripping? I don't remember what it was.
I forgot the Cardinals. So put the Cardinals. So there's 7 teams, not 6, that have not slipped up in this draft yet.
But that's pretty good. So
it can happen. It's very hard to have a good draft in rounds 1 through 7, but it can happen. I think 5 teams in the NFL and NHL draft have gotten all A+ grades on their picks in each of the last 2 years. So you got anything on the Titans, or take it away?
Select Gunnar Helm with a 100.
Gunnar Helm's a great pickup for Tennessee. I had a 4th round grade on him. Player with starter potential. I think his ceiling's higher than Chigoziem Okonkwo, and Okonkwo's in the final year of his rookie deal. So I love this pick. This is probably my favorite Titans pick since Cam Ward at number 1. They still need a slot receiver. I don't trust Chamire Dyke, but this is probably my favorite pick outside of the Cam Ward pick. I don't think the Titans have done enough for Cam Ward. I thought they reached on Dyke. I thought they reached on the linebacker they drafted. I thought they reached on Kevin Winston. I do like Kevin Winston's potential, but there were better safeties on the board.
They need to be taking care of a young quarterback too, especially after, their last couple of years with Malik Willis and Will Levis, and, just that whole mess. It's one of those things. You gotta give your young quarterback, safety valve, a tight end, a good running game, something to get them started off, and I mean, if you don't, you drop the ball.
That's true.
Okay, so I got the Jets grade up finally.
F.
I gave them 2 F grades.
Nice.
I love it. I got 2 F grades.
the only, I guess 2 draft picks that I can think off the top of my head that I liked theirs in the last few years were a Jordan Travis. I had a really high grade on him. It's kind of tragic what's happening with his knee, because he spent all of last season on the physically unable to perform.
Yeah, because I've got up to 111. I'm moving faster than usual, but David Walker out of Central Arkansas, who's more of a 43 defensive end, is the pick, and the Buccaneers are going to try to convert him to outside linebacker. David Walker. Tony Mario hates this draft for his Buccaneers. I mean, I've gotten angry emails. He hated the Morrison pick because of the injury history he has, even though he's great when he's healthy. And he hated the Jacob Parrish pick because he's 5'9". He's probably going to hate the Walker pick too, because he's a small school pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, I had
a 6th, 7th round grade on Walker, but this is a little early for him. I'd probably give this a C- if I were grading the pick. I don't hate the pick, but it is definitely a reach.
Well, Chris, it's really hard to see how good these small school people will do. It is
hard to gauge
Boise
that.
State. It's not Boise State, and this is
Boise State's a group of 5 team. There's a distinction, but Panthers pick is in.
Play big teams at all. So
Panthers pick is in. Oren's cut me off at times, so I level the playing field whenever a team puts a pick in because I don't like being cut off. I know that does make me kind of a hypocrite, but, I try to give everyone equal opportunity, whether it's Joey wanting to say something or William or Oren. So, yeah.
I get 2 seconds.
My TV might be a few seconds ahead of Oren's. And the reason I told Joey to call into Talk Shoe is so I could watch the NHL games on Max, HBO Max. Because I don't worry, I've got the games on mute. I can watch them on my phone and the draft on TV at the same time. And that's basically what I'm going to be doing.
Well, do you want to say the pick, bro? Your Panthers?
Panthers, I can't say the pick. Well, maybe I can. The game hasn't started yet. They're giving a pregame speech. Lathan Ransom. That was the cue that they were taking Ransom.
That's because your same last name, so I had to give it to you.
Well, the Panthers needed a free safety next to Moehrig, and they get Lathan Ransom. Even though I like some of the guys like Sebastian Castro and Malachi Moore a little bit more, this is good value. This is about where Ransom should come off the board. So
this is about where Shedeur will come off the board right here.
I don't know.
Man.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know what's going to happen with Shedeur Sanders, Oren. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we put Shedeur in the thumbnail for today's show, but it's interesting because when when Benjamin Morrison and Luther Bergfeld are around too, I found a picture of those two together, but I wanted to put a third player in the picture, and the third player was already picked in round 1. And
Chris,
Oren, can I tell my story?
Go ahead.
God fucking damn it.
Talk. Go ahead. Talk.
Okay, so as I was saying, I let William edit the thumbnail for yesterday's show, and James Pierce was off the board, so we had to get a third player. And William's incentive for getting that thumbnail edited was to pick a player his choice. He picked Milroe. Worked out perfectly. Milroe went in day 2. Shedeur's still available, so we put Shedeur in today's thumbnail with Clay Webb and Dion Walker. And only one of those 3, Walker, my top BPA, has been picked. And he's picked by the Bills, who traded up for him. So, again, all right, I'm done with that rant. Now you can continue. Thank you, Pittsburgh, for putting up with my shit. Thank you, Oren, for putting up with my shit. That is the closest that's the closest Omar Khan's going to get to a legitimate thank you from me. I know he tortured Joey when he took Caleb Johnson in the last round. I'm looking forward to seeing if he's going to torture Joey again by taking Shedeur Sanders here. Because Emmanuel Watson told me last night they're looking at Shedeur and they're looking at Will Howard. They might take Will Howard here and bypass Shedeur. That's definitely a possibility, William.
They select neither of them. They select Jack Sawyer. And
that is a great pick for Pittsburgh. That's a fantastic value pick at this point in round 4, because now the Steelers have Alex Highsmith, TJ Watt, Nick Herbig, and Jack Sawyer. Those are their 4 edge rushers. And that pisses off Joey because as a Browns fan, he has to deal with those 4 edge rushers twice a year.
Well, just like Mike Green was a Ravens pick, I can see Sawyer, that is definitely a Steelers pick. I mean,
I don't know.
Same
I think
division.
He's a better fit for a 43 defense, but he's in a depth role and he's learning behind TJ Watt, the starting 34 left outside linebacker, whereas Herbig's learning behind Highsmith.
Well,
and you don't have to rush him because Herbig's already got experience as a starter and he's been great in relief of both Watt and Highsmith. So he's your number 4 edge, but he's going to be a second stringer. And the player comp they have for him is Mike Vrabel, who is also, he began his career with the Steelers before signing with the Patriots. Apparently that's the comp for Jack Sawyer is Mike Vrabel.
I just mean in the sense.
I don't think he's that good, but we'll see. I know there's some people like Bantle who had Sawyer ahead of Tui Maloau. So, hey, this pick not only managed to piss off Joey, it managed to piss off Bantle too.
I just mean in the sense it's a Steelers pick. Like,
it is a Steelers pick.
They get one of the good players, that's fallen for some reason.
And NFL Network saying Sawyer's going to start over Highsmith. No, that's not going to happen. They got Herbig too. That's not going to happen. The NFL Network's just trying to create shock value to cater to Yinzers. That's really all they're doing, and it's blatantly obvious.
That's really all they do. anytime.
They have to have something to talk about, Chris.
Well, creating shock value instead of being realistic is fun, but it's not realistic. And when it's not realistic, you lose my interest. You gain the casual fans' interest, but you don't gain the diehard fans' interest. It's a hedge your bet situation. If the Packers are up, Mary's Packers are on the clock. Do you have the pick in?
Of course not.
Okay.
Yeah. It says the pick is in, but I didn't get it.
I'll type it in and see what we got here.
Defensive player, maybe.
The Packers are not taking Shedeur Sanders. They already have Jordan Love. I don't know who on X is saying that, but
yeah.
If Shedeur gets picked, he's going to go to a team that nobody expects him to go to, like the Bears, where he would be the backup to Caleb Williams. And in that situation, the guy, the undrafted QB that a lot of Bears fans like, would get cut. The Stetson quarterback that the Bears got as an undrafted free agent, he would get cut in that scenario. I forget the name of the backup for the Bears, but he would get.
Oh, I can picture. Oh, Tyler Badgett.
Tyler Badgett. Yeah, you're right. That's probably
Badgett, something along those lines. I remember him from the Senior Bowl when I was watching Jake Haener.
Packers are taking really long to pick. This is a window of opportunity to copy and paste the Danny Stutzman write-up to the Saints. The reason the Packers are taking long to pick is because the draft's in Green Bay, and Goodell wants to cater to Packer fans.
Well, I have the pick, Chris.
Go ahead. What do you have?
Packers select Texas defensive end Baron Sorrell.
Ugh, I like Ethan Burke better, but I mean, Baron Sorrell, I have a 7th on him. So I give that D+ at this point. We're in the latter part of round 4. I'm not going to give a team a D or for taking a late 7th round pick at this point in the 4th round. It's at the point where we're approaching C- territory in terms of value. If there's a 7th round guy picked in the 4th round. But I mean, outside of Golden, I've just not liked the Packers picks at all. I think they got it right with Golden, but I think they reached on the rest of their picks.
Zerline showing his stuff. Well, we'll talk to Mary. I'm sure she'll come on the show later and we can ask her about that pick too.
Yeah, because she had a lot of Texas fans praising Matthew Golden. Those same Texas fans are probably going to praise this pick.
And Chargers are back on the clock.
Yeah.
Who's on top of your big board right now, Chris?
Clay Webb.
Clay Webb?
Yeah, he's the only guy in my top 32 left. Who's going to get him? Who's going to get Clay Webb? What if the Chiefs get him as the Mr. Irrelevant pick to replace Joe Thuney? And we have to wait here for the next 4 hours to put his picture on the site. And it's just absolute torture. I could see it, and it would be a great pick, and everyone else would look like idiots. And it would piss all of you guys off if he became as good as I think he's going to become. And the Chiefs ended up with him. It would piss off the entire NFL outside of the Chiefs fans.
Yeah. Well, you know, Chiefs fans, they're mostly just Swifties now anyway. So, I mean.
Yeah, it's true. Chargers. I'm not going to get to the Chargers pick yet. I've got a window of opportunity to update some of the grades here. And the CJ West grade is the pick I'm going to update.
F. It also lost me points in that challenge up with CJ since he picked him. So, yeah, definitely an F.
Look what they're TV.
Yeah, and he's just bragging about, like, a lot of people, these group mocks, everybody's boards are different. but I go by based on what I see on tape, even if it doesn't align with the consensus. And I've gone a little bit to the extreme this year versus previous years. But, I'm just Sorrell, 4 sacks each of the last 3 years. That just doesn't move the needle for me. He's not a starter. He's a depth player behind Kwity Paye and Lucas Van Ness. That's basically what the Packers, they're settling for depth to keep their first-round picks happy. That's what a lot of teams do. They don't necessarily go for the player with the highest ceiling because first-round picks consider a premium investment, and if they want a first-round pick to re-sign, they have to draft a shittier player in round 4 to keep the first-round pick from losing morale.
Yeah. You happen to see that a lot. I've noticed, that I believe in competition and picking the best player available. There's of course always the need fits in there and all that, but I mean some of these, like you mentioned, players, they take a lesser player just to appease the team, and not have that, like you mentioned, loss of morale. So definitely see that a lot.
Who the Niners get in round 2? They got a good defensive tackle in round 2, a player we both loved.
What's his name out of Texas?
Alfred Collins.
There you go. Yeah, I'm definitely not mad at that pick. Because
and Florida has scored on Tampa Bay. It's 1-0. It was Matthew Tkachuk who got the goal for Florida. And Ekblad's back for the Panthers, but the Chargers are on the clock. Their pick is in. I did just get the CJ West grade up. Before Oren announces the Chargers pick, I'll check because I'm pretty sure I put CJ West in my mock draft, but I think I put him in round 7. So I'm going to try to find the write-up for that exact pick, and then I'll copy.
Oh man, last night I saw somebody mention moving or saying that Gross Matos can move inside for San Francisco. It's like,
no, he cannot.
No,
he does not give any effort. He does not give any effort.
He doesn't have the effort, doesn't have the size,
doesn't have the motor, doesn't have the effort, doesn't have the heart, just wasting salary cap space. And
for real, man.
That's really all he's doing is wasting salary cap space.
As soon as I read that, I kind of threw up in my mouth a little bit. I was like, it was that bad.
Honestly, the 49ers have 2 7th-round picks. I'll give a team a 7th-round pick if they take that contract off my hands.
Yeah.
That's how bad he is. You want a 7th-round pick? You want a bone? Pay this guy off our roster. We don't think he's any good, and you get our pick.
I don't know how they ever thought he was any good. I mean,
I don't know either, William. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't. I guess I bought CJ West in the 6th round. But still, it's a reach. I know they need a defensive tackle, but you got Howard Cross. You got Nazir Stackhouse. You got Riley Mills. You got Ty Robinson, Nash Hutchmacher. Tonka Hemingway is the best defensive tackle in South Carolina. Joshua Farmer's still there. There's just way better options, in my opinion. Way better options. Cam Jackson of Florida is still there. Such a deep defensive tackle class, and instead of getting a guy who's a guaranteed, who's got the ceiling to be a starter, you get a guy who's a floor player. And, it's irritating.
Yeah. But, it was like, I don't know. It's kind of making me throw up in my mouth a little bit
I'm not going to worry about the write-up for CJ West.
The way Lynch and Shanahan.
CJ West isn't bad, but he's a DT3. He'll beat out Evan Anderson for a backup gig, but he's not guaranteed to win that job like Elliott over Jordan Elliott, like some of the other defensive tackles I named. He's more likely a depth player than a guy who could be a day one starter. And the Panthers got Trevor Etienne. I had Trevor Etienne in the 6th round, but I do think he has starter potential. I'm going to give this a C+ because I think there's better running backs on the board, but the Panthers, they have Chuba Hubbard. They have Jonathan Brooks. They needed another guy to replace Miles Sanders.
They needed a change of pace, man. Chuba Hubbard and Brooks, I mean, are bigger,
Jonathan Brooks
taller.
had another knee injury, so he's going to be out all of next year too.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, I like the pick, Chris. I don't.
There's better running backs on the board. Kyle Monongai is there. Devin Neal's still there. There's better running backs on the board.
As
I like
said
the pick too, but you can't give a team the benefit of the doubt if you like the pick if there's better players on your board. That's all I'm saying.
But is there better players on their board? You got to remember, matches.
I know every team's boards are created differently. I'm aware of that. I'm still not giving a team the benefit of the doubt. Giving people the benefit of the doubt is lazy. Get to an AFC championship, get to a Stanley Cup like Dallas, get to an AFC championship. Okay, you've earned the benefit of the doubt. The Panthers and Dave Tepper have not earned the benefit of the doubt. They've earned a expired gift card to a Toys R Us store, which is out of business, by the way, unless you go to Macy's. That's what Dave Tepper's earned, an expired gift card to Toys R Us.
And half a bag of stale Doritos.
Let's jump into that.
The Browns are up.
Yeah, they select Dylan Sampson, running back. There's the good guy.
I got a 7th round grade on Dylan Sampson, but that's a reach. But he's going to be a backup. It's blatantly obvious he's going to be a backup.
Everyone's going to be a reach at this point, Chris. It's the 4th round, bro.
No, it's not, bro. Bro, don't call me bro. It's like there's so much better talent available. Gosh, these teams are screwing this up massively. We're here to critique the teams when they screw up, not have fun and roast them because we don't like certain picks. If a team gets a pick wrong in round 4, they're going to get held equally accountable for that in the first round. That's what diehards do. Casuals do not do that. They just have fun. We got to be diehards. We can't be casuals. I don't care if diehards are boring. It's our work ethic. But yeah, ETN. Yeah, I am starting to fall behind on some of these picks because I'm focusing more on the grades than the actual. I'm focusing on the grade write-ups more than the news ticker and more than some of the other picks. I'll get caught up on some stuff. Just give me a second. Once I get the ETN pick up, I'll reload the site and Jalen Travis, that is an excellent pick for the Colts. I had a 3rd round grade on Jalen Travis, and you're getting him as a swing tackle to Bernard Raymond and Braden Smith. And if you buy one of them out, you can just plug Smith in at one of the other starting tackle jobs. It gives you leverage over both Braden Smith and Raymond in the contract negotiations. I love this pick for Indy at 127. It looks like their A-plus streak is going to continue as well. Love this pick for the Colts. Colts have killed this draft. There are zero excuses for Anthony Richardson if he cannot win with this supporting cast, William. Oren can keep chuckling, but the Raiders reach for 2 receivers. 2 receivers that Torrey Horton can run all 30 routes. He's still on the board. A.O. Manner's still on the board, but the reason he's still on the board is because he had 21 drops in 19 minutes. That's the reason he's still on the board. I know Bill Sparks had a 1st round grade on him, but 21 drops in 19 minutes of game film, that's the reason why you're still on the board. It's very obvious, very by the numbers. And the Commanders just took Jalen Lane at Virginia Tech, who I have in the 7th round. No, I have Ollie Jennings in the 7th round. I mean, I like Lane enough to give this a D grade, but I still think it's a reach.
It's good, Chris. You know all these people. I'm not.
The whole purpose is, Oren, if you and Joey watched half as much as college football as William and I, you'd be on top of this. And this team would be a lot more productive. You guys want to watch the NFL, you want to work to pay your bills, and you want to treat the draft like it's a hobby compared to the NFL. If that's your decision, fine, we'll respect that. But
you don't have to put me down live TV, whatever.
I'm not putting you down. I'm saying that if you want to goof around and not watch film on these guys, I have a right to call you out on that. I don't want to because it's the draft. We're having fun. But at the same token, I do feel a little offended by that. I'm not super offended by it because people can do what they want with their personal lives, William. But, we watch film. We take pride in what we do, man. So when I'm not an expert, but it's like, I think I am somewhat of an elitist, even if I deny it, Joey. That's part of my problem. I'm a perfectionist, and I think I also am kind of an elitist. I don't mean to come across that way. It's just I think I do come across that way, even if I don't mean to. I think that is one of my problems. Like, if I were writing a scouting report on myself, that would be what I put under the weakness category. And that's probably why Shedeur hasn't been drafted, William. He probably comes off as an elitist, too.
Yeah, I'm I mean, social media is going crazy with that, and I think it's definitely, you know, that entitled attitude that he has, you know, and so many GMs or, you know, coaches, owners, just so many franchises, you know, see him as something that, you know, he can pitch a fit and get his way. You know, he's done that his entire life with Dion, you know, as his coach. You know, he's never been benched. You know, he's never had a different coach. You know, and these teams are seeing it, man, and they're just letting it come down. And you know, I mean, that's it's surprising as much as it is, because you know so many fans, you know, love Shedeur, but it's like they're casual fans, you know, that
Exactly.
You know,
if you're only watching the first 2-3 rounds of the draft and you lose interest in round 4, you're not a diehard. You're a casual fan. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's what you are. And if you basically tell me to lighten up because I've watched more film, that reveals more about your weaknesses and insecurity than mine. If you want to watch film and tell me why I'm wrong about a certain player, I welcome you on here. I welcome you on here. Open arms. You can tell me why I'm wrong about a certain player, and we'll have a conversation. We will have a ball. We'll have a dandy. We'll have a good time.
Yeah, you know, and
okay, so I got 114 picks up. I am going to get caught up on the news ticker here. I probably should open the NFL app. We're at the point where I need to open up the NFL app and catch up on a few of these picks, because I think we're on one. Yeah, I'm only on 125 on the news ticker. So yeah, I need to start typing some things in. I got to step up. You can't just update grades on the site. I actually have to step up, update the news ticker too. So the Chargers took Kyle Kennard, who I'm not high on, in the 4th round. They reached there. I think there's better pass rushers on the board. But we're getting to that point in the draft where you can't really fault them too much either, because, I mean, how many sack artists are still there that are good? Like, that are legitimately good in the sense that they could come in and be a difference maker right out of the gate. I do have a 3rd on K'Mon Rucker, but I've noticed that Kyle Kennard is in the top 100 of more mock drafts than Kennard. Even though I am a big fan of Rucker. And another guy I like at defensive end is Antoine Powell-Ryland. I like Elijah Roberts. I like Ahmad Hassanine of Boise State. There's a lot of pass rushers I like.
Is Rucker related to Michael Rucker?
No.
No.
What
was the other one from was it Cincinnati? Frosty Rucker.
Yes.
There's 2 of them.
The Colts traded with the Colts got 127 from the Rams. I mean, most people spend their Saturdays relaxing, having fun. That's fine. But when college football season starts, I mean, I think all of us are probably going to have to watch more film. It might get to the point where we have to start in the summer. It might get to the point where we have to start next week after the draft. Like, somebody sends me a top 250 big board, I can go through it one by one and start picking it apart slowly. I know there's already a top 150 for the 2027 NHL draft on HF boards, and I've already gone through and began to pick apart like the top 5, top 10 of that class. So, you know, I am grinding. I am doing work. Jalen Lane is a commander, but I love the Jalen Travis pick for the Colts. That was a great pick. Great pickup by the Colts. here because now you have a swing tackle to, you got a swing tackle to your left tackle, Bernard Raymond, and you got a right tackle if you buy out Braden Smith. Malachi Moore, I had a second-round grade on him. That is an excellent pick by the Jets. That's probably their best pick of the entire freaking draft.
Oh, they didn't get an F? Damn it.
The Jets took Malachi Moore at 130. That is easily their
Yeah,
best
that ain't
pick of
bad.
the draft. I had a second-round pick. Before, their best pick was Zare Thomas in round 3, but I had a third on Thomas. William had a fourth on him. He had a consensus round 1-2 grade. Some are going to give that an A+. I gave it an A. But Malachi Moore is probably the first A+ for the Jets.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see that name, pop earlier. I mean, it was pretty much everyone saying that too. Most of the mocks that I happen to look at.
Yeah, and I do love the Malachi Moore pick. That was one of the safeties that I had graded ahead of Lathan Ransom, by the way. So.
I was thinking of something. I just totally spaced it. Damn it. Well then. But no, I mean, I was talking to Daniel this morning, and about Shedeur, and that's one thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I see that where it's finally coming out that, I mean, because we were mentioning, the casual fans and everything else, and the media, not.
My mom and my older
things.
brother are not diehard football fans like me. They're both casuals, and they both are talking about Shedeur Sanders dropping in the draft.
Yeah.
That should tell you everything you need to know. So the Cardinals currently have Mack Wilson and Akeem Davis-Gaither at line as the starting middle linebackers. Cody Simon is the backup to Mack Wilson on the Cardinals depth chart. This might be. You think I should give Cody Simon an A+ grade? Because I'm kind of tinkering. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I did like Oren's write-up on the pick, but I think he's a better fit for a 43 defense. But he did move from weak side to Sam linebacker. I did like this pick. I remember giving it an A+ when we announced the pick live on the air. So
yeah,
I'll keep that
seems
intact.
feasible.
And the Raiders, the Saints select Quincy Riley. That is another fantastic pick. Quincy Riley's a fantastic pick. This is probably the Saints' best selection since Kelvin Banks in the first round, if we're being honest. Probably should have picked him in the second round over Tyler Show. If they had, their draft would have looked a lot better. I mean, because now the Saints have a cornerback trio of Alante Taylor, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Quincy Riley. That's their cornerback tandem. And they brought back Isaac Iadom, who I think was on the Niners last year, William. I could be wrong on that. But Isaac Iadom is now back with the Saints. So, really like that pick. Quincy Riley, another round 2 guy off my board.
For sure.
The Bears have 132. So we'll see what the Bears do here.
What they're cooking up, eh?
Yeah. Teddy Buchanan's the first reach by Baltimore. So I had a 7th on him. There were some that had a 4th, 5th on him, but Teddy Buchanan was my first big time reach. Jay Higgins is on the board still. Smail Mondon's still available. Buchanan's the first reach that's a bad pick for the Ravens. So the Ravens are out of this thing. So really it's the Lions, it's the Bengals. So we're down to 6. It's the Lions, the Bengals, the Cardinals, the Patriots, the Colts. 6 teams can still run the table and have perfect drafts. Well, we're at that point where the first domino of day 3 is fallen, William. And it's the Ravens.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see what happens here. The Bears.
Do 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 do. Jeopardy music. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. You know, I want to see what Ben Johnson does. You know, in Chicago. You know, they've got. We were talking about, you know, such the skilled position, you know, crew that they have there, and what they have. But you know, Ben Johnson is also a first time head coach. You know, it's going to be interesting to watch. You know, how he handles or tries to you know what he decides to try to do with that team, and you know how he does it, because I mean the Bears have been perennially bad since what, like 2009, when they went up against, or was that 2007 Rex Grossman, you know. But so it's definitely interesting to see, you know, Chicago get all these players, you know, and I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a Caleb fan. We all know that, but yeah. And then I mean, even going back and talking about Dylan Gabriel, you know, to the Cleveland Browns, and whatever they have going on, because I mean they've had a pretty good defense the last couple of years, but they obviously, you know, went astray in some other places, and but you know, that's one thing about football, is there's always next year. So that's one reason that I've always loved it, and it's always done me well.
Okay.
And we're still on round 4.
Ruben Hippolyte, Maryland. Ruben Hippolyte. Ruben Hippolyte II.
Huh.
Is he an outside or middle linebacker?
Not sure on that one. Who's on the clock now?
The Chiefs are on the clock.
Oh
But
man.
I'm getting information on this Maryland linebacker. Was he inside or was he a weak side linebacker? I'm getting that intel from the Phil Steele magazine, because this guy was not at the combine, ran a 4.43 at Maryland's pro day. I want a little bit more intel. So, and I just don't have time to watch film right this second if I'm getting grades up. I apologize to Oren. I told him if he wanted to take the week off, I'd understand. And Ruben Hippolyte was the Maryland ran a 34 defense. He was a 34 inside linebacker, but the Bears run a 43 defense. But he's listed as a weak side linebacker, not a Jack or a Sam. So I'm guessing he will be drafted as a backup to T.J. Edwards. I don't know.
About right. Sounds about right.
I
How
don't
big
know
is
if
he?
that's factual. 6'0", 232.
Yeah, that's not a bad time either. You said what, 4.43? Definitely not bad for that size.
I want to be logical and realistic with evaluations. Oren wants to be opinionated and have fun, even if he's wrong on the evaluations, which is the style Joey does. But I don't know. Even though we've had conflict of interest, we've made it work for years. I don't know. But, that's the thing. So I got to look in the mirror, figure out what I want to do with this after the draft. But yeah, the Chiefs are about to make their pick. Are the Chiefs going to croak like a frog under pressure, or a frog that got stabbed like a scorpion? Are they going to croak like a frog that got stabbed by a scorpion and make a bad pick? Jalen Royals. I had a 4th-round grade on Jalen Royals. He runs all 30 routes in the route tree. And yes, the Chiefs got another 30, another route runner that runs 30 routes. So the Raiders have one guy who can run 30 routes. The Chiefs now have 2 in Royals. And that's the thing. Royals is going to be learning under Marquez Brown and Rashee Rice. But if Rashee Rice is injured and he can't come back early in the season, Royals might play. And if Royals kicks ass, Royals could be a dynasty player, William. I'm not saying I would pick him in standard fantasy league, but I think Royals could be a steal in dynasty. That is a great.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested.
So their 8+ streak's going to continue, unfortunately.
That's a good tip, man. That's about all I do is dynasty. I've got 3 teams and I have a lot of fun with it. I've had one team for like 8 years. And
okay, Oren is back on. I'll let him back on here. I'm just adding him to the stream. Yeah, I love the Jalen Royals pick for the Chiefs. This was a great addition. Oren, what do you think of the Jalen Royals pick? I did turn your camera on, and I did apologize. So
yeah, I think is that one of the players that I selected?
You took him in the group mock with the Raiders. I mocked him in the 4th round, but the Chiefs just took him. The Kansas City Chiefs have Jalen Royals now. And when I watched his tape, I saw he ran every route on the route tree. So that was a great pick for him. Fantastic job. He's a guy I probably should have mocked higher than the 4th round, but he goes lower than where I mocked him, and the Chiefs end up nabbing him.
I mean, I compare him to like a Randall Cobb kind of guy. I think he's going to be around for a while. Very good, productive to give Pat Mahomes another weapon. And that's very scary to get Kansas City.
Yeah, you've got Xavier Worthy or Rashee Rice in a rookie deal for 1 more year, Marquez Brown, veteran, for 1 more year, and now you had Jalen Royals, who I think will probably be starting, whether it's slot or number 2 by the end of this season next to Worthy. He might end up on the bench early in the year, but I do think he'll be starting in some role or capacity by the end of the season. So the other 2 AFC West teams are on the clock. The Broncos, Williams' hometown team, the team that you call the Donkeys, is up. And then the Raiders, your team, is on deck.
Well, I got a few other names for them too, but Yeah. Tez Johnson is still on the clock.
I have Tez Johnson in the 2nd round. That would be a great value pick.
I think the only reason, he's going so late is his size. What is he, 160 pounds or something like that? He's a pretty small dude. League has gotten a lot lighter and faster the last few years, but when they start shrinking down to 155, 160 pounds, it's like, oh. You wonder what happened to some of those guys, back in the days of Steve Atwater, speaking about the Broncos and Ronnie Lott, they'd have been straight up folded. They played back then. So
Broncos get a linebacker, Alabama,
Hugh Robinson. That's not a guy I'm high on, but he's a pass rusher, and they already have 4 good pass rushers. Well, I'm not very high on the LSU. I'm not high on the LSU pass rusher they drafted, but at the same token, they did get a 5th pass rusher to compete with that guy. So, we're We'll see what happens. Orange Raiders are on the clock. I am copying and pasting the Cody Simon pick to Draft Utopia right now as we speak.
Who they picking, Oren?
God, do I know. I would like them to pick a quarterback. It doesn't have to be Shedeur Sanders at this point. I think Chip Kelly's going to step up and just say, I just take my guy and just take Will Howard here. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, and if you guys think it's fast now, just wait until 2 months from today. Oren won't be on in 2 months from today, but 2 months today, it'll be day 2 of the NHL draft, and it's like 2.5, 3 minutes to pick, which is like twice as fast. Imagine the NFL draft on fast forward.
Oh, man, that'd be great.
That's the NHL draft in 2 months from now on this Saturday. And we'll recap round 1 at 10 a.m., and then rounds 2 through 7 are live 2 months from today. And then I've got the NBA draft in that week too. But the Raiders pick is in. I don't want to bore Oren talking about other sports I cover when his team's on the clock. And I kind of owe him that as a courtesy after how I behaved earlier. So, Oren, who are your Raiders picking here?
I can't say. But I hope I'll be going crazy. I'm sorry.
I think it's a quarterback.
It is a quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is going to the Raiders, buddy.
Huh? Interesting.
It's official.
And I think he got drafted at the same spot as Aiden O'Connell. I want to look up. I think Aiden O'Connell was 135 too. So
that sounds about right.
I do want to look that up to confirm. No, the Raiders are not taking quarterback. They're taking Tonka Hemingway.
Tonka Hemingway.
I love Tonka
these
Hemingway.
People lie on Twitter or whatever.
I think he's better than T.J. Sanders, who the Bills traded up for in round 2. This is a great pick for your Raiders, Oren.
Sorry, I got emotional because somebody lies on that thing.
No worries. You got a good player here. I think this is one of the Raiders' 5 best picks, and a lot of people are saying the Raiders had the best draft on Twitter, William. I don't agree with that at all, but I do like the Hemingway pick. Probably outside of Ashton Ginty and the left tackle, Charles Grant, probably my favorite Raider pick of the day, of the draft as a whole.
That's a South Carolina defensive tackle, correct?
Yeah, and I had him graded above T.J. Sanders, so I love the pick. I love Tonka Hemingway in this role. Even if he starts out as a
people
best
say
player,
this stuff. It's just all lies, but anyway.
Well, there's just a lot of BS on the internet right now. I mean, the Ravens are up. They could. Well, I think the Titans are up. I think the Ravens traded their comp pick to the Titans. Titans better do something here. I mean, their draft outside of Gunnar Helm and Cam Ward has sucked. And they gave Dan Moore, a left tackle who was horrible with Pittsburgh, $100 million for 5 years, $20 million a season. If Cam Ward busts, Dan Moore Jr.'s play is going to be a big reason why he busts, William. But that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And, Cam Ward.
I don't think he will bust, but Dan Moore Jr., awful left tackle with the Steelers. You give that guy 5 years, $100 million. That's not beneficial for Cam Ward.
No, and Cam Ward definitely has a better shot to succeed than he does to bust. I'll say that. I mean, he can definitely get out there and play. And yeah,
maybe he'll make him look better than he actually is, like Roethlisberger did with some of the Steelers left tackles back in the day. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't think Cam Ward has that clutch winning gene that Roethlisberger had, but he's not bad for a college QB entering the NFL. He's actually quite good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And
what I found
he's definitely evolved over the years.
JT O'Sullivan of the quarterback school on YouTube actually has Cam Ward graded higher than Drake May. I don't agree with that at all, but some people in the industry think JT O'Sullivan's a very credible source. So the fact that he has him graded above Drake May does say something.
That's interesting because O'Sullivan was what, a backup for the Saints back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't believe that at all. Drake May was my QB1, and like I mentioned, last night and all. So
And the Titans take Alec Aomanor, the guy with 21 drops in 19 minutes. I actually think Aomanor is going to beat out Dyke for the slot receiver job.
I was never fond of this guy from Stanford.
It's funny because I know one of the scouts in my scouting dogs group on Twitter, Bill, he has a first-round grade on Aomanor, but I don't see first-round tape. There's a reason I mocked him in the 4th round, and he fell further than I mocked him. That should say something. I mean, I saw a YouTube video with every target Aomanor had in 19 minutes and 7 seconds. There were 21 drops in those 19 minutes. I know he dominated Travis Hunter in 2023 when Stanford upset Colorado, but Oren's on the same page. We're not. I mean, I'm probably going to give this an A grade because I have A minus. I have Torrey Horton and Ricky White ahead of him, but I do think this is where he should come off the board.
Well, he's not going to come off the board because you're on the clock.
Well, Aomanor is off the board, Oren. That's what I was trying to say.
No, you're on the clock. The Patriots are on the clock.
Oren, please. I was making my closing statement with Aomanor. Please let me finish about how I think the Titans are probably going to get an A minus for Aomanor because there were 2 receivers, Torrey Horton and Ricky White, that I had ahead of Aomanor. But there's other guys too. Restrepo's still there, William. Outside of Restrepo, you also have some guys like trying to think of his name at the top of my head. I think there's another 2nd-round receiver still on my board. I just don't know who yet.
I think he said Higgins, wasn't it?
No, Higgins got picked by the Packers.
Oh, okay.
The Texans. Jaden Higgins went to the Packers, and they took Jalen Noel. Elliott Wolf did move up here, so what is Elliott Wolf going to do? I would like a pass rusher. Kamon Rucker's the only pass rusher I like, but I think the Patriots are just trying to get depth pieces on defense now and position themselves for a playoff run in 2026. They'd like to compete now, but they don't have that second edge rusher. And unless they move Keon White to outside linebacker and he dominates there, I just can't see them getting in. But I do think they're going to win 7 to 11 games. I just don't know if they're going to win enough to get a playoff spot. Because you look at some of these, let's say the Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, and Texans are the top 4 seeds. Chargers and Ravens are going to get 2 of those 3 wild card spots. So that leaves Denver, that leaves Jacksonville, and that leaves the Patriots as the de facto teams in the running for that last wild card. And I think the Broncos and Jaguars have done more to separate themselves from the Patriots. Even though I love New England's draft, William, I think Denver and Jacksonville have done more to separate themselves from the Patriots with their drafts this year. Because Denver has more depth on defense. They have a running back that complements Bo Nix. And the Jaguars, Travis Hunter, just drafting Travis Hunter, they had a lot of good players on their roster. They needed that second number 2 corner next to Tyson Campbell. They also needed a number 2 receiver, and Travis Hunter was literally the perfect player for Jacksonville. I could see him winning offensive and defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah. And, I mean, that gives Jacksonville something because, I mean, you mentioned Trevor Lawrence, but he's never really came out as a face of the franchise or completely
year at Peterson's first
blew
season
up,
as head coach, but he hasn't really delivered since then.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Drafting Hunter, gives him, the fans definitely something to be excited about, and gives Lawrence a chance to actually, start to realize some of the potential that he has. So.
Yep. So we're looking at, I think we got 6 teams left that have done well in this draft. 6.
Your pick is in, so if you want to announce it too.
I don't want to announce it. I want to wait for it. The Lightning have tied the Florida Panthers, by the way. But I don't know the Patriots pick. Leo Ortiz from Brazil is about to announce the pick. We got the Patriots mascot making eye contact with him. Patriots. Did Donald Trump deport the Patriots mascot? I'm sorry, Rob Kraft. I'm sorry. Why is the Patriots mascot in Brazil? Joshua Farmer. I love this pick. Joshua Farmer is a guy that I think can develop into a starting nose tackle, and you get him to compete with Tyrus Tonga. You don't have to rush him. You can ease him in. I love this pick by New England. Looks like New England's streak of drafting well under Elliott Wolf is going to continue. I might have to give Elliott Wolf the nickname Belford because Elliott Wolf's doing his best Jordan Belfort Wolf of Wall Street impression with this draft. Yeah, that movie has so many shenanigans, but I can't get on a rant about that here with the draft going on. But it's on Hulu if you want to watch that after the draft, folks. But yeah, I'm probably not. I'm just final pick of round 4 is the Niners, and you know, it's a pretty interesting 4th round. But I'll probably get a picture of Clay Webb up. But there's some other players that are still on my board entering round 5. Restrepo's still there. I think the biggest reason Restrepo's still there is because he ran a 4.84 at Miami's 40. Sebastian Castro's still there. He had a bad combine. That's why he's still on the board. But Castro and Restrepo are my top 2 outside of Clay Webb that have not been picked yet. And some other players still on the board. Jabbar Muhammad, the Oregon corner, is still on the board. He's my 4th best player. Tez Johnson rounds out my top 5 for BPAs. And Kyle Monongai, the Rutgers running back, is number 6. And Shadur Sanders is 7th on my big board. So Shadur Sanders has entered my top 7 for best players available. He's entered my top 7. He's been at Oren's top player, I'd say, for the last 24 hours or last 2 days.
No, 24 hours is fine.
Okay.
I thought he was going to be a 2nd rounder if he's not going to go in the 1st.
Okay. Fair enough. I have one piece of Domino's left. Should I attempt to dip the Domino's in Nutella? I got some backlash from Joey after dipping a sausage pancake in Nutella last night. It was very good, by the way, at the beginning of the draft. I see Oren's eating. That's inspiring me to get some food, but I'm not going to get some food because I'm not hungry yet. But it does inspire me to get some food.
Speaking on this Shadur right now, I think teams are just scared to take him because ain't nobody else taking him, you know? I mean, why not pass him up? You know, it's like, hey, you know what? I don't want to be the one that takes him.
Oh, William, you got Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver I compared to Tyreek Hill as a 49er. You are going to be very happy about that, William. Yeah, I compared Jordan Watkins to Tyreek Hill. He takes the top off defenders. He's a big reason why Jackson Dart thrived at Ole Miss. And yeah, he is a 49er now, William.
That's completes the 4th round. We're already done with the 4th round. We've been
That's
doing
a great
this.
pick.
Actually, it started 2 hours ago, bro. The 4th round was 2 hours.
2 full hours. That's great, though.
Even through our bitchiness.
I still have some picks I got to grade for the 4th round, but it's at the point now where I should just take the picks I posted and just load the news ticker for round 5. Don't even load the web page. Just post the news ticker for round 5. Have some fun. I can always post these grades later and promote the backlinks too. So,
yeah,
do
what you can, Chris. The Vikings are on the clock. We're starting the 5th round.
Yeah, so I'm copying and pasting the round 4 news ticker, and then I'm just going to load the round 5 news ticker because that will at least help our audience stay up on some of the picks. Even though I still have a lot of picks I need to grade, the picks are only going to move faster at this rate. It's not like once I'm this far behind in the draft, I really don't have the luxury of grading picks. All right, so yeah, you can see the news ticker for round 5. And when the Vikings pick is in, I'll update that and refresh the page. And there's picks for rounds. There's picks for the first 4 rounds. If you see the draft order ticker at the top of the site, there's picks for the first 4 rounds. But it's just like, you know, so There's so many picks, and I know. Yeah. So you see, is William in the studio, by the way?
No, I think he left.
I think his phone either died or he had some issues. What do you think of this fourth round, Joey? You've been quieter than a mouse, Joey. What's up?
Is he there?
I think he's there. I don't know if his audio's not working.
All I know is my team does not have a 5th round pick because they traded it to Miami. Vikings pick is in. There you go. There's Joey.
There we go.
A little bit. I was actually just talking for about a half hour about the quarterback situation going forward with a couple people. So I haven't been ignoring you guys. I've been listening. But the bottom line is the fourth round, it's been interesting. I'll say that. Because there's a lot to be desired, I guess. That it's all about having a lot to be desired. There's a lot of talent left. And there's a lot of talent at skill positions that people are going to have to look for. Because in the fourth round,
Vikings select Tryon Ingram Dawkins, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Fifth round, with the amount of talent that's left,
I can't hear him, sorry.
Because if some of this talent isn't taking the fifth round, then we have to question NFL and their evaluation process.
Tyron Ingram Davis is the first pick for the Tyrion Davis Ingram, the Georgia 34 write-in, is the first pick of round 5. I like Nazir Stackhouse and Warren Brinson more, so that's a surprise because I think both of them are better on tape. But this is a great pick for Carolina. Cam Jackson, defensive tackle, Florida, and he's going there as a nose tackle for depth. That is a great pick for Carolina in the 5th round. Cam Jackson, defensive tackle, Florida, 6'6", 328. He's going to Carolina as a nose tackle.
That's a 140 pick. We have Florida defensive tackle. I do like this pick too, Chris. I don't know what he's ranting on again.
Because I can't. In Florida, in Jacksonville, I don't really like him that much.
I think he's raw, but I also think he has ability to develop into a future starter. And he's going to a situation in Carolina where there's not really a lot of pressure and expectations on him to become that guy. That's why I love the fit. Yeah, they've got Bobby Brown and Shai Tuttle at nose tackle. So I don't know. He's going to be a third-string nose tackle, but they've got Bobby Brown the third, and they've got Shai Tuttle at nose tackle. So he's probably going to be, even though I think he might have more upside than Tuttle and Brown, he's going to start out as a third-string nose tackle. He's going to have to earn his playing time. He's going to have to earn his supper and earn his paycheck. He's going to have to earn everything.
Not all that. He's going to have to earn his spot.
Because he'll start out as a third stringer behind Shai Tuttle and Bobby Brown the fourth. I do think he has more upside than both players, but he's super raw. He's going to have to earn everything, like you said, Joey. Ravens pick is in now. They made a trade. They got 141, which initially did belong to the Titans. So the Ravens are on the clock. Yeah, I do need to go. I do need to use the restroom, but I'm afraid if I do, I'm going to miss something big.
No, just go, Chris,
All
and
right,
come back.
all right.
We're here.
Okay, the Ravens. All right.
You got it. You got it. Just take your time.
I'll go,
Take
Oren.
your time.
All right, I'll go.
I've been saying, Walmart parking lot.
We don't pause the draft.
Workers that know what the fuck they're talking about. Simply because, I think me and Oren can take it. I think we can understand the situation for long enough for you to take a piss. I mean, Oren and myself are slightly qualified to do this. Go take your piss. You're good.
I don't have the pick yet. I'm waiting for the pick to come in anyway for the Ravens. They're like waiting for the last moment to make their pick. Could this be a surprise pick here? Alabama A&M tackle Carson Vincent. Carson Vincent goes to the Ravens. Alabama and A&M tackle. I'm not 100%.
It's the Alabama A&M tackle. The Ravens with another reach on day 3. I had him in the 7th round, but it is a slight reach in terms of value. I like the Emory Jones pick. Not as high on Carson Vincent though. But it's round 5. If I have a 7th round grade on a player and they go in round 5, the worst grade I'm going to give that is a C grade. I mean, I'm harsh, but I'm also fair in my evaluations. And I believe he went in the 4th round of the group mock. And he's going as a backup to Ronnie Stanley. Emory Jones is going to be Rosengarten's backup. Carson Vincent's going to be Ronnie Stanley's backup. That's what you're looking at with the Ravens offensive tackle room with the depth they've added at the tackle position. So
I don't think that is a bad pick.
I would probably give it a C+ just based on value alone because I like the fact, the Vikings have acquired Sam Howell as the backup to J.J. McCarthy. The Seahawks now have 142 from Minnesota, but the Seahawks have sent 172 and Sam Howell to Minnesota. So Sam Howell has been traded to Minnesota, folks. There was speculation on what would happen with Sam Howell after Milroe got drafted, and he's been traded to the Vikings. So, if McCarthy gets injured again, maybe Sam Howell breaks out in Kevin O'Connell's offense and they can get a 97th pick in the draft for the 3rd year in a row. That's not going to happen.
I do like Sam Howell. I think he has a great rookie season. The big problem with him was he just had a really bad situation come on him.
Really bad sophomore year with Washington.
Yeah, it's like that was not his fault. So him having to restart his career is not his fault. Now, if he makes the most of it, then we'll say this is great.
He's not going to play unless McCarthy gets injured, but I think this pretty much takes the Vikings out of the Aaron Rodgers discussion.
Riley Mills goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
That is a fantastic pick.
Defensive tackle from Notre Dame.
I love this pick. He's my number 2 defensive tackle on the board behind Howard Cross. This is a fantastic pick here in round 5. I had a 3rd round grade on him, but I had his teammate Howard Cross grade a little higher. But this is probably the best value pick of round 5 so far, I'd say, Joey. Riley Mills to Seattle. This is easily the best value pick of round 5.
I have information.
7.5 sacks, 131 tackles, 25 tackles for a loss. Very consistent player. Probably the best value pick in round 5. But you have information on Miami, Oren. You said you had information. Can you give us?
No, I don't have information. I said I'm looking for information on this player that was selected.
Well, I have information on Riley Mills. He was in my top 100, so don't worry, Oren. I got you covered.
Yeah.
Because I was watching Riley Mills and Howard Cross last year when they played Ohio State and Notre Dame in 2023. That's when those two were on my radar, and I really like the Riley Mills pick. So he got injured in the Orange Bowl. It sucks he couldn't play in the national title, but I think the reason Mills fell this far is probably because of his medicals, Joey. He got injured in the college football playoff, wasn't able to work out, had third-round tape prior to his injury. I think the medicals probably caused him to fall this far more than anything else. But I could be wrong on that evaluation. But Miami's pick is in. The Lightning and Panthers are tied in Florida, and the Dolphins are about to make their next pick.
Maryland defensive tackle Jordan Phillips.
Ugh, Jordan Phillips. I don't like Jordan Phillips as a starting nose tackle. Would he be a 34 left end, or would he be a backup nose tackle to their first round pick? They drafted a Kenneth Grant in the first round. So would Jordan Phillips be a backup nose tackle, or would he be a 34 left end? That's kind of my big question, because the Dolphins do need a 34 D end. 6'1", 312, that's closer to nose tackle in 5 techniques. So he's a backup nose tackle in this situation. Okay, the Cleveland Browns have 144 originally belonged to the Cleveland Browns. 144 originally belonged to my New England Patriots. The Cleveland Browns now have that pick. Did the Browns trade for this pick?
The last one was originally Raiders pick, and they traded with Miami.
They did. It says trade NFL Network, because this was the Patriots' original 5th round pick. So the Browns traded this pick to New England. What's the return going to be? And see, this is why networking's so important.
I think all these engines working in the background is a indicator of the Browns ramping this shit up. And
hell no.
That's the best.
Stop praising the background noises, Joey.
Is it going to happen? I don't know, but I'm.
Why are we praising people in the background, Joey? Why are we praising people in the background?
I got nothing left.
Come on.
I got nothing left. So we've got
This is about as depraved as TNT putting a porta potty for Shaq on Inside the NBA the other day. Yeah, they actually gave Shaq a porta potty on Inside the NBA because he had to go to the bathroom. They gave him a personal porta potty on the set of Inside the NBA. They gave Shaq a porta potty on Inside the NBA. They gave Shaq his own personal porta potty. They did it as like a gag on Inside the NBA. So yeah. But then they're not going to be able to do that on ESPN next year because ESPN bought the rights to Inside the NBA with TNT no longer airing NBA games in 2025. So TNT's got to go out with a bang, Joey? TNT, they got to go out with a bang.
I think, they're smart. And they're saying, you guys, as much as we're going to keep you the same as you were, because your money, whether it's Disney license or not, they look at the money. And Disney's going to be like, you guys get to say the same way you always were because of the money. Especially after Charles Barkley came out and said, oh, you want to cancel us? I'm going to get these guys together and we're going to do things independently. And then Disney's like, oh, from the level crowd, do not do that because you'll hurt our thing. And then they come out and it's like, it's like the NBA is going to be back. Wonder freaking why, because Barkley was the loud mouth that was going to do what was necessary. And guess what happened? Everything turned out well. With the Grammy Award winner.
They'll still do funny stuff on ESPN, but it'll be more politically correct. For example, if Stephen A. wants to debate with Charles Barkley will say, if you want to debate with me, you got to get by security. You got to get by Shaq. They'll do gags like that. It'll still be funny, but they won't be as funny as they are on TNT. You know?
You're trying to think that Disney's going to be able to do Charles Barkley? Disney will not be able to do Charles Barkley.
Disney might be able to regulate Charles Barkley. The Browns are on the clock, and we're talking about the NBA, but the Browns pick is in. Let's get back to your Browns, Joey. We can have this conversation another time. This conversation's to be continued. But not while Oren's here.
I'm up.
We're not closing the conversation. We're just putting it on hold because your Browns are on the clock, and I don't think Oren wants to hear us talk about the NBA anymore. So
I agree.
At the moment.
I agree with you. Let's go on to the Browns. I mean, there's a top to
only reason I brought that gag up is because whatever. Let's just get picks in. I don't know who it is yet, but
You want me to tell you?
Joey, do you give Oren permission to reveal the pick, or would you rather just wait and find out who it is?
I need to tell him because I really do. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown, motherfuckers. Okay, Joey.
So the Browns drafted 2 quarterbacks. Hold on. They did take Shedeur Sanders, so the Browns have 2 quarterbacks now. Very interesting. I'm guessing the Patriots got a 4th-round pick in next year's draft. That's probably what Barry did.
I want to confirm it. The Browns picked Shedeur Sanders right here. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, it's official.
That is exactly what I was just telling D in the parking lot, that we are doing exactly who is taking Shedeur. With the quarterback coach that Dion ran as a teammate. Everything put in there is simply put. I knew he was going to take Shedeur. I just didn't know that.
But now that the Browns have 2 quarterbacks, they have a little bit more luxury for trial and error, because if a quarterback starts 0-4, they're going to get benched. Whether it's Flacco or Pickett, if they start 0-4, they're going to get benched. They're going to have a very short leash, because if they start 0-4, they're 0-8, they'll just play one of these rookies and find out if they're the guy, like the Saints did. And if they don't,
I do not agree with that, because you're looking at what is the 3rd-round pick. Who's going to be on practice squad? Those 2 guys are going to be 1-year contracts.
they're probably going to cut Flacco or Pickett then. They're probably going to keep one of them and cut the other, if that's the case, because
And here's the thing. They're going to be gone in a year.
I think next year's quarterback draft is better. See, the Cleveland Browns,
And then you're going to have 2 first-round picks to fill out your roster.
see, this is the thing, though. This is the thing. May I please say something quickly? The 2026 draft is stronger at quarterback than this one. The 2026 draft is stronger at quarterback than this one. This will not keep the Browns from drafting a quarterback in 2026. It just gives them more wiggle room. It just gives them more wiggle room with both Shedeur and Gabriel on rookie deals, and they do have the flexibility and luxury to take more risks if both Flacco and Pickett underperform, because they can start Gabriel or Sanders as a rookie, and if it's a disaster, they probably get their guy in 2026. If it works out, they stand pat. If one of these two guys they draft works out, they probably stand pat.
And I agree with that. I agree with that because I was of the whole thought process of you want a quarterback you better have if you don't get your guy next year, you better have your guy this year. Shedeur, I have said it before, and I'll say it again, Shedeur is going to be a star.
I don't believe he's going to be a star. I had a second-round grade on him, but he's an absolute steal at this point.
And I said it last year. He's going to be a star.
I don't think he's going to be a star.
Now, that happens. It's good to have a stop. We're all going to sit there and say, hey, guess what? They handled the process.
Shedeur has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in the draft, but he also has a really low floor. So if he doesn't progress and develop quickly, he'll bust. But if he does reach his potential, he'll be the steal of this draft.
There's no bust in the 5th round, Chris. And also,
if the player doesn't live up to their potential, it's a wasted pick. If a player does not live up to their potential, it's a wasted pick, Oren.
He's got to compete with 4 other
But in
people.
the 5th round, Oren, my point remains valid. If the pick does not work out, it's a wasted pick. Maybe he's not a bust because he was drafted so late, but because if the pick doesn't work out, it's a wasted selection. That's the point.
Oh, I mean, it's not like
you
Dylan
have the luxury of keeping him on as a backup or third stringer on a rookie deal. Same with Gabriel. So there is some flexibility involved here with the Browns.
Yeah, and Watson's gone.
My Patriots are on the clock, so
okay.
Well, not trying to talk over you, but my Patriots are on the clock, so
they selected already.
I know that they selected, but the pick is in, and I don't want you to reveal it.
Oh, did we select Mac McWilliams?
The Eagles took Mac McWilliams, and you guys are interrupting Howie Roseman's moment of your.
Give me an instant message because I do want to hear your thought process on Shedeur.
I had a second-round grade on him, but the Patriots are on the clock. The Patriots are on the clock here, and the Eagles took Mac McWilliams. Mac McWilliams, not a big fan of him. I don't even think he's the best player on Central Florida. I like Kobe Hudson better. But the Eagles have had and the Patriots finally get a pass rusher, Braden Swinson out of LSU. I believe Tony Mario and Bantle both had him in the second round. He went in the second round of our group mock as well. I'm not as high on Braden Swinson, but I know a lot of people had him in the top 100. But they needed an edge rusher. I'll pull up the Braden Swinson CFB stats here for Braden Swinson. He had 8.5 sacks, 13.5 tackles for a loss, and you're getting him in the 5th round. I mocked him. I think I mocked him in the 5th round or the 6th round. So this is much better value. This is a great value pick for the Patriots. Elliott Wolf has killed this draft. So, I mean, I guess I have to do it. I have to do it because if Swinson becomes the player everyone thinks he's capable of becoming, I have to move the Patriots into the NFL teams with playoff depth charts. Browns have not done enough to move into that discussion yet. They still need a left tackle upgrade, but they got Shedeur, they got their quarterback, they got their tight end, they got their running back. I do like what they've done with their draft, but on paper, are they a complete team at all 22 positions? I would say no. They're a pretty formidable team. Maybe they're a team that deserves more respect than they're currently getting. I think that's a valid argument, Joey, but are they a complete team on paper? with 0 holes, 0 weaknesses, I would say no. At this juncture, I would say no. But you look at the Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Texans, Jaguars, Colts, Bills, Patriots, Chargers, Chiefs. So how many teams is that in the AFC that have most of their holes filled? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 AFC teams with 22 quality starters on both sides of the ball, if you count Mason Rudolph as a quality starter.
Well, I will say this. You are correct in that what do we see overall in this offseason? And that is the Browns haven't filled this offseason. So I agree with that. I agree. I can't agree with anything you said.
I think if the Browns have a good 2026 draft, they can enter this conversation next year, but they're a year away. There's too much uncertainty on the roster right now.
Yeah, and it's like, I will say right now.
So I'll meet you halfway there, Joey. In most cases, I wouldn't. Here, I'll make an exception.
Projections say that Browns may have one of the top 7, top 5, top 7 front in the NFL defense. But that's projection because everybody's young. We don't know because we're not going to see it until then. But what we do know is that the offense is a crapshoot.
Yeah, and right now, it looks completely different in the NFC. I've got the Lions, the Packers, the Vikings, the Eagles, Commanders, and Rams. There's only 6 teams with complete depth charts in the NFC, and the one division I didn't mention is the NFC South. I'm leaning towards is the Rams pick in, Oren? Oren, if you want to talk about the Rams pick, go ahead.
No, I wanna give a mem to Joey. It says the Cleveland Browns quarterback Dylan Gabriel entered the transfer protocol.
That's a pretty funny tweet. I like that. But yeah, I mean, Tony Mario's worried. The reason I say he's worried, Joey, is because he thinks the Falcons and Panthers have drafted well enough to close the gap on the Buccaneers in that division. I don't know.
Did we get the
you
49ers?
agree with that? I know we can save this conversation for when the NFL schedule comes out in 2 weeks. The Rams are about to make their pick.
Yeah, Ty Hamilton, defensive tackle.
I love this pick. Ty Hamilton had a 5th-round grade on him. Do believe he has starter potential, but the Rams, they have Braden. They moved their defensive tackle from Clemson over from 34 left end, I believe, to 34 nose tackle. The Rams, though, I'll quickly pull up the Rams depth chart. The Rams have Poona Ford, Kobe Turner, and Braden Fisk as their starting defensive lineman, and they have Tyler Davis as a backup nose tackle. So is he going to take the backup 34 right-end job from 34 left-end job from Laurel Murchison? Probably going to be a 3rd-string nose tackle or 3rd-string 5 technique, but still makes the Rams incredibly deep. They're 3 deep at nose tackle. That's going to make it very difficult to run the ball on them.
Did we talk about the 49ers selection prior to that?
We talked about Jordan James. I'm not high on him, but they did get him. He's basically a 3rd-string running back to Isaac Guerrero and Christian McCaffrey. That's basically his role at this point. We don't really need to say much about him because I don't think he's gonna do more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if multiple Niners running backs get injured like last season, there's an opportunity for him, Joey. But I don't think that opportunity is going to be there this year. But if it arrives, he's going to have to play. So, just saying, can't dismiss the notion of him playing. But yeah.
I think Cowboys go running back as well here. I'm not sure who the pick is going to be.
Yeah, because if Jalen Walker and James Pierce pan out, I could see the Falcons winning this division, but they still need a center. They still need a They still need a center, and I think an upgrade at corner over Mike Hughes is needed as well. So that's, and we don't know how Penix is going to do in a full season as a starter. So there's too many question marks for me to pick the Falcons over Tampa. Now,
Jaden Blue is the selection to the Cowboys.
Oh, that's a horrible selection for Dallas. I don't even think he's going to beat out Deuce Vaughn for the third string gig. I mean, there's so many better running backs still on the board. Kyle Monangai, Devin Neal, Ole Gordon are all still there. I know he's a hometown guy, and I should give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think he's going to beat out Deuce Vaughn for the backup gig. And they brought in 2 running backs in free agency. They brought in Javonte Williams from Denver, and they brought in another running back to complement him. So you're looking at Dallas basically taking a 4th-string running back. They got Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, both on 1-year deals. So Deuce Vaughn's the 3rd-string back with Rico Dowdle gone, and Jaden Blue's basically competing with Deuce Vaughn for the 3rd-string gig. And I think he's going to lose that competition. Whether they keep him on the practice squad remains to be seen, but you might be looking at your first practice squad player with this selection. Outside of the Browns QBs, if one of the Browns rookies ends up on the practice squad, that's also a possibility. But looking at Carolina, they got McMillan. They got this says the Panthers are going to start Clowney and DJ Wanham, but I disagree. I think Nick Scorton and Princely Umanian are both day 1 starters. And if they both end up starting, I think the Panthers can steal the division from Tampa down the road. But if they're backups at first, then you're looking at a situation where the Bucs probably win this division by the slimmest of margins. But right now, if those 2 rookies play, I think the Panthers win the division. But right now, my NFC South prediction would come down to whether those 2 rookies play right away. If Nick Scorton and Princely Umanian play right away, I think the Panthers win the division. And if they don't, Tampa probably wins it again. And that's what the NFC South probably comes down to. I don't think the Saints are – I love the Falcons draft, Joey, but they still haven't filled every hole in their depth chart. And the Buccaneers' only weakness is at strong safety next to Winfield. So I still think that makes the Buccaneers the favorite when you consider the fact the Buccaneers added so much depth at receiver and corner, Joey. I still think that makes Baker and the Bucs the favorite for a 3rd year in a row. And their offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard. Josh Grizzard's only 34. Some people within the Buccaneers organization think he's the next Sean McVay. He could, and if he gets Baker to a Super Bowl, he will be a head coach in 2027. Unless he gets poached away this offseason. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Grizzard will be with Tampa for 2 years. He'll get them to the Super Bowl, and then he'll get hired by another team as head coach, where they'll lose the Bills. But the Dolphins pick is in at 150, so let's go back to Oren.
Florida, cornerback, Jason Marshall.
I like this pick. I had a 4th-round grade on Jason Marshall. Not the best corner on my board, but they need a guy that can start next to Jalen Ramsey. The Dolphins have needed that for a while, and they've neglected that until now. And even though Marshall has had moments early in his career, he's also very inconsistent. He got burned by 20 yards on certain plays. This could be a hit-or-miss pick, Joey. Even though he does have the potential to become the number 2 corner next to he's going to be competing against Cam Smith, 2nd-round pick from 2 years ago, and it's a hit-or-miss pick when you really think about it. It's a hit-or-miss pick for the Dolphins here at 150. All right.
Colts are back on the clock.
Colts have not had a slip up yet. That's probably going to change right here. I don't know. We'll see. There's 6 teams left. There's 6 teams left. We're waiting for one to screw up. And one hasn't yet.
There's a few teams.
There's
a lot of teams.
There's 6 teams that haven't screwed up yet. The Bengals, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Patriots, the Colts, the Ravens screwed up. So that leaves the Bengals, the Chiefs, Patriots, Colts, Cardinals, and Lions. Those are the 6 that haven't screwed up yet. So I'm waiting. Some Colts and Cardinals are the next 2 picks. One of those 2 is going to drop the ball. The Bengals pick. One of those 3 is going to drop the soap here in the 5th round. The question is who.
The Bengals coming up too, so. Colts are going to go.
Yeah, I know that wasn't the best analogy, but Colts are picks in, so whatever.
Dang. I feel like Adam Scheffner for a second. Why the hell are the Colts wearing all red shirts or pink shirts?
I think the reason Shadur fell as far as he did is because the Browns were probably about as uncomfortable with taking Shadur as the Patriots were with Mac Jones, but the value was just too good to pass up at this point. Because you got nothing to lose and everything to gain at this point in the draft by gambling on him.
Yeah, and also we don't know. He could beat out a few of those guys, and they're gonna have to one or two.
I don't see Dylan Gabriel starting unless multiple quarterbacks are injured. I can see Shadur starting.
They're gonna cut a couple of those guys, or
they're gonna cut one of them. They're gonna cut Flacco or Pickett. They're gonna keep the other guy, and then they're gonna keep Watson on injured reserve. That's probably what's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, you can't have them all.
You can't cut Deshaun Watson because of his cap hit.
Right.
And the Colts mascot is trying to be creepy, but he's respecting the women. He's being creepy to the announcers, so we'll allow it.
I'm going to have to charge my iPad, so give me a second. I got to find my charger.
DJ Giddens out of Kansas State. This isn't a bad pick here. Because DJ Giddens, you need to change of pace back to Jonathan Taylor. I did mock DJ Giddens in the 5th round. I like the value here in round 5. Very good value. And the Colts needed a change of pace back to Jonathan Taylor. So another great pick by the Colts as they keep that streak alive. And the Cardinals, they don't want to ruin their streak. So they trade the pick to the Cowboys so they can keep their streak alive. So the streak will be on hold. I really like what the Cowboys. Oh, I don't really like what the Cowboys have done. I like what they did in the 1st round. We got some comments in the chat room here, and yeah, I noticed we got over 100 viewers yesterday. What do we got in the chat room here? I like, that's Shadur equals Bronny. What about the guy from Nebraska, Carl Winslow? Yeah, I just compare. Oh, yeah, the Carl Winslow joke. That's my friend Kyle in the chat room. I appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by in the chat room. William and Mary, they had the tackle from Grant. Shamar James, Florida Gators right outside linebacker, goes to the Cowboys for depth. All right. So Oren's still here. Joey's phone disconnected. And the Lightning have just scored on the Florida Panthers. Shamar James is a Dallas Cowboy. So I'm waiting for Clay Webb of Jacksonville State to get picked. But yeah, this will be interesting to say the least. Oh, Oren is back. I'll add you to the stream, buddy. The Bengals. Are the Bengals going to reach for somebody here? Can they keep this momentum going? Okay. Oren is on. His camera's on. Perfect. What are the Bengals going to do? Because, I think the Bengals have had a really strong draft. I like the Fairchild pick. I like the Barrett Carter pick. Really like the Barrett Carter pick. I think they got depth at both linebacker spots. Reminds me of 2020 because if you remember, Bengals, last time the Bengals knocked out rounds 1 through 7, it was the 2020 draft when they got Burrow and T. Higgins and Logan Wilson in that same draft with those 3 picks. So, you know. So, yeah, I'm looking at the Bengals and I'm looking at the Jalen Rivers, the Miami, Florida offensive tackle / guard. You're getting him for depth at both tackle and guard. So I can play 4 spots on the offensive line. I think he's a backup right guard. So I really like this pick. Bengals doubling up on the interior. I had Jalen Rivers in the 5th round. Raw player, has potential to develop into a starter, but also a player that can really be utilized in depth. So played both tackle and guard at LSU. I really like this pick for the Bengals at 153. So it looks like the Bengals streak will continue. Bengals have had a really strong draft. I think the Steelers are probably going to pick Will Howard because they have no reason not to at this point. They need a quarterback. They passed on Shedeur too long. They waited too long for Shedeur. I think at this point you have to get somebody to save face. And they're looking at Shedeur. They're looking at Will Howard. But I think there were other guys ahead of him on their board. That's the thing. The reason the Browns probably waited for Shedeur, they probably had a 3rd round grade on him, maybe a 4th, but there were guys in their top 100 still available with those picks. They waited as long as they could to get him. And then they decided to roll the dice on him in round 5. That's really the only explanation I can think of at the top of my head here.
Do you think any other teams wanted Shedeur Sanders and they just passed on him?
That's definitely a possibility. Steelers were looking at Shedeur Sanders and Will Howard. But I think the Browns and Steelers both wanted to fill as many spots in their top 100 as possible with their early picks and then wait for Shedeur until he's the definitive de facto best player available to roll the dice on him. And I think the Browns just beat Pittsburgh to the punch there.
Yeah, I mean, they did move up to get him. You know, whether that's the best selection to move up or not. They moved up.
What did they give up, though? Let's see. Browns-Patriots trade. Let's see what the Patriots got back. My guess is, let's see. Browns trade up for Shedeur Sanders. They got 166 and 192.
That's not bad.
And the Giants just reached for Marcus Mabeau, the Purdue tackle / guard that went in the first 2 rounds of the draft. I'm not a fan of his tape, but hey, he's very consistent. Only 4 sacks allowed in 1,092 snaps. So, yeah. Okay, this is a player that
phone.
Yeah, I think the Bengals have had a strong draft. Marcus Mabeau is a giant. Not a big of a fan of that pick, but I think the Bengals doubling up at guard, doubling up at outside linebacker. Demetrius Knight can play inside or outside, but Jason believes he's going to move outside. So I'm going to trust Jason's word on that one. Do we have anything? Ooh. And the Steelers originally, I guess the Steelers traded their 5th round pick to the Chiefs because Shadur Sanders got picked. So that tells me the Steelers wanted Shadur Sanders in the 5th round, just like the Browns, but the Browns beat him to the punch.
Who did you say?
The Steelers, they traded their 5th round pick to the Chiefs. That tells me the Steelers wanted Shadur too, but the Browns beat him to the punch. So it kind of ruined their plans. So they moved back.
They should have picked him up in the 4th round when they had that selection.
They agreed. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's a mistake. That would have gave him a better opportunity if he did go to the Steelers. But you never know. I mean, you never know how this is going to fall out. But you know, the thing is with the Browns, nobody. I don't like. You can put the best quarterback on the Browns. It's just like there's a cancer there already. I mean, there hasn't been a great quarterback coming out of that place for a long time.
They had Baker Mayfield, but they traded him away for Deshaun Watson. And Baker got better after he left the Browns. That's the other thing.
And then Deshaun Watson gets injured, and just was a disaster there so far.
Dante Trader Jr., there were better safeties on the board. That's a reach in round 5. I think I mocked him in round 7, though, so I'll give that a C- when I get to it. That was a reach, though. But the Chiefs end up getting Pittsburgh's pick because I think Pittsburgh knows they can get Will Howard later in the draft. That's partially why they moved back. But the other reason is because Shadur, the guy they preferred, is off the board. But they took Jack Sawyer over Shadur Sanders in the 4th round. And that really was what, ended up costing them. And
some guy writes, here on Twitter, just sitting back on the couch, Sanders is better than 85% of the Browns on the roster. Good luck.
Are they going to hit on the pick though? I don't know if Shadur is going to succeed in Cleveland. That's the thing. I'm with you on that.
I mean, we don't know, but it gives him more to motivate since he's coming off the 5th round.
Yeah, he's going to be more motivated. And if he gets that second contract, he's going to have to earn it. He's going to have to bust his rear end. He's going to have to earn that contract. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think Cam Ward and one other quarterback from this class are going to be the only 2 with contract extensions. And that's it. Everybody else is going to be off their team after their rookie deals. And Jeffrey Botts to the Oregon Ducks middle linebacker goes to the Chiefs. That's the first reach by a team in my top 6.
It would be funny if Sanders starts day 1 for the Browns.
Yeah. But Bossa as a player, I think he's got a nice floor, but I think his ceiling's very limited. But the Chiefs, they've got Nick Bolton, they've got Drew Tranquill, they got Leo Chenal. They don't need him to start. They just need him to be a depth player, a role player. I know he was picked in the second round of our group mock on Facebook, Jeffrey Bossa. I'd probably give this a solid C. It's a reach, but at this point in the 5th round, I can't give it an F grade. It's too late in the draft because once you're at this point in the draft, undrafted players with undrafted grades or players who aren't on your linebacker rankings, you can't give them F grades because we're at that point in the draft where we got to look at things objectively, even if we disagree with the team's boards. And I just think,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's an A+ pick. This is the
Yeah, I
first
mean-
non-A+ pick by the Chiefs, but at the same time, I don't think it's an F grade either. So solid C for the Chiefs. So that
This is
leaves 5 teams. That leaves the Bengals, the Colts, the Patriots, the Cardinals, and the Lions. Who is the next of those 5 to slip up? Elijah Roberts, the SMU defensive end. I mocked Elijah Roberts to the Chiefs in the 4th round. That is a great selection by Tampa Bay. I think that's a better pick than the David Walker pick they made. But Tampa Bay's draft was a book at wide receiver, double up at corner, double up at edge rusher, roll the dice, hope for the best. That's pretty much what they've done this draft. So, yeah. Did I list David Walker as a I listed David Walker as a right outside linebacker, but Elijah Roberts can play right or left outside linebacker. He had really good film, so but I do think Elijah Roberts is a better pick than David Walker. 10 sacks, 12 and a half in 2023. His 2024 tape was good, even though he wasn't a sack artist. I think Elijah Roberts is going to end up being a better player than David Walker, but we'll see what happens. Has Tony Mario sent me any emails in the Bucks picks yet? Let's find
Why
out.
is this guy coming out as an international player with different jerseys 3 times? Did you get what I was saying?
Yeah.
It's just weird. Hey, I'm an international fan.
I'm going to try to get the Jarquez Hunter write-up on the site while I've got that window of opportunity. Marcus Yarns, Delaware. I may have mocked him in the 6th round. I honestly don't remember if I had him, but I've got a brief window to get some 4th round grades up. So I am going to try to capitalize on that window. And I mocked Braden Swinson in the 6th round. Patriots grabbed him in the 5th round, but the Patriots, it's a luck that they need an edge rusher. He could end up starting there. I don't think he's a long-term answer, but he might actually win the starting job there. So that's why it's a great pick. And yeah. So I'm just trying to find out. Okay, did Jarquez Hunter get picked yet? I think I may have had Jarquez Hunter very early in round 6. I'm looking. Yeah, I did. I mocked Jarquez Hunter, the Browns, in round 6. I just found his write-up. I'm going to copy and paste it to the Rams in the 4th round here. But yeah, Rams have a running back trio of Kyron Williams,
Chargers select Auburn wide receiver Ken Andre Lambert Smith.
another reach.
Another reach.
I mean, I had 6 or 7. I think I had 6 or 7 players ahead of Shadur Sanders on my board for round 5. But I said if Shadur's the highest player on the board picked in a round, we will make him the cover. We'll make him the cover photo for a round on Draft Utopia. I'm looking to see who's still there. Clay Webb's still there. Castro and Restrepo, they both had bad combines. They're both still there. Jack Sawyer went in the 4th round. He was ahead of him on my board. He's gone now. Jabbar Muhammad's the fourth player, and I think Monangai. There were 5 players ahead of Shadur on my board before when he was picked, and all of them are still available. So it's looking like at this rate, 20 picks to go, we might see Shadur on the cover. I can't make a guarantee. I don't want to make a guarantee that I can't deliver on, Oren. That's just bad business practice to make a guarantee. Bad politics too, but I don't want to make a guarantee I can't keep. But the way this is looking with half the 5th round over, it's looking like Shadur is going to be the cover athlete for round 5 on Draft Utopia. That's what we got right now. So, assuming this holds up, I'm smashing my keyboard because the L keeps typing in a repeated motion. It's just very annoying. It's very annoying. It's got to stop. No, connection doesn't lose. And the Packers, yeah, Packers comedian. Colin Oliver. I had a 7th round grade on Colin Oliver, and they're going to get him as a linebacker for depth. That's one of the Packers' better picks, but I think the Packers have had a sloppy draft outside of Matthew Golden in the 1st round. I really think this has been one of their sloppier drafts. I like what the Bears did early in the draft, but I think they've kind of just half-assed day 3. But they handled business early and got players they needed to in day 1 and day 2. I'll give them credit for that, but they've kind of half-assed day 3. Niners are back up at 160. But I am I mocked Billy Bowman to Atlanta in the 2nd round. The Falcons took him in round 4. So that's another pick I got right. Stop typing. You type you type what I tell you to type, not what you want. The computer has to do what I tell it to do. right, there's who the Niners take at 160. All right, I'm gonna have to open up the NFL app. I don't like the fact that I have to Smile Mondin. That's a great pick. The Georgia linebacker. That is a great pickup for the Eagles. And 49ers took Marquis Siegel, a safety.
Sorry, Chris. I'm gonna be cooking a little bit. I'm getting hungry.
No worries.
Yeah, but I hear you.
I'm just worrying. I'm just updating some write-ups for round 4 while these picks come in.
Yeah, well, they're rushing in.
I don't want them to rush it. I wish they would slow it down a little bit. Give me more time to get stuff updated. But the thing is, they want the NFL draft to end by 6 or 7. They want the NFL draft to go to 6 or 7, and the rate the draft's going, and it's probably going to end by 5:30. And the NFL does not want it to end by 5:30. So we're at the point where they're telling the team, slow this down a little bit so we can end at 6 sharp or 7 sharp. We don't want to end at 5:30. Hold your horses.
Right, and the last
because this is the thing. The 4th round took 2 hours, and we're already over halfway through. I'd say we're closer to 3/4 of being done with round 5, and it's only been an hour. You know?
Correct.
So,
and I do like out of the last 4 picks. Jets just selected Francisco Maluga, linebacker, Miami.
I love this pick. I think he's got starter potential, but he's a little raw. But I do love the pick. I mean, that's a player I'm very high on. I am very high on this player. I'm just trying to figure out where I had Barrett Carter mocked, because I know I had Barrett Carter in my 3rd round. I thought I had Barrett Carter to the Lions at the end of. I did. There we go. Found the Barrett Carter write-up. But Francisco Mauigoa, the Miami Hurricanes middle linebacker, a player I had a 4th round grade on, very good value pick in round 5. I actually think he's an upgrade over Jamie. I think his upside's higher than Jamie Sherwood's, but Jamie Sherwood showed he was steady last year. They want this thing to end by 7 or 6:30. So that means they want round 6 to start by 3:30 or 4. So they're not going to tell teams to slow down completely, but they want to dictate, the NFL, the league wants to dictate the pace of the draft at this point. If it's going too fast, slow things down. But yeah. Was Gunnar Helm the next pick in round 4 after Bengals took? Yes, he was. Gunnar Helm was the pick. I'll give it an A. I was debating between A plus A minus, but I'll give it a solid A. But it's easily the best pick outside of Cam Ward. Mitchell Evans. Mitchell Evans is a guy that I had a third-round grade on. That is a fantastic pick for Carolina in the 5th round. He will complement Jatavian Sanders very well in Carolina. Love that pick for Carolina at 164. 163, I think the Panthers are just... The Panthers, I don't think they've had a perfect draft, but they've gotten talent at key positions, and that's allowed them to, like, reload. I would be shocked if the Steelers passed on Will Howard here at 164. Oren's cooking food. I'm cooking up draft picks. I'm trying to get caught up on round 4. Yeah, pick is in for Pittsburgh, but I'm trying to get the David Walker pick typed. Because I'm at the point in the 4th round where I just want to get as many of these picks up as possible. Shiloh Sanders. And there's the CJ West. That's another player I knew I mocked him. I just forgot where I placed him. Okay, so 164 Pittsburgh. Is this Will Howard? Or is this going to be...
No, Will Howard's not the pick. Yahala Black.
Yaya Black. I have a 7th round grade on Yaya Black. My worst rated defensive tackle in the entire draft. So, single worst graded defensive tackle in the entire draft. That's going to be C- for Pittsburgh, though. At this point in the draft, I'm not going to give him a D grade, even though it's my very worst player at the defensive tackle position. There's other defensive tackles that probably have undrafted grades that are good too, but like, I thought that was a reach by Pittsburgh. Chargers have traded up with the Eagles. And this pick originally belonged to the Lions. No, this pick originally belonged to the Commanders. Then the Eagles acquired it. I think 164 was the pick that the Eagles sent the Chiefs, and the Chiefs sent that pick in. But Arondre Gadsden II out of Syracuse, that is a great pick. I had 3rd round grade on Gadsden. I had 3 tight ends ahead of and the Seahawks have selected Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. I love this pick. This is probably Seattle's best pick of the day outside of Nick Eamon-Warry. Torrey Horton was a great pick. Great pickup for Seattle here with Torrey Horton. That is a steal of a pick. I think the Seattle's had 3 really good picks in Nick Eamon-Warry, Jalen Milroe, and Torrey Horton, and the rest of their picks have been meh. That's the best way I would summarize the Seahawks draft this year. Jackson Slater out of Sacramento State. They get him for depth at left guard behind Peter Skoronski. Jackson Slater is a Titan. Eagles have 168, and then we're on to the comp picks for round 5. Okay. My phone is at 20% now. I need to... It's at 17%, but the Lightning scored again. The Lightning are making it up to Tony Mario for a shitty draft. Shitty Buccaneers draft. The Buccaneers have not had a good draft, but I love the Benjamin Morrison pick, and I actually like their Ibuka pick, but I think after round 2, they stopped. The quality of picks just hasn't been the same. And look, the goal is to hit on your first 2 picks, but you want to try to hit on those later round picks if you can. That's really what separates the teams that barely make the playoffs from going on a Super Bowl run. And Drew Kendall, the son of former Seahawks first round pick Pete Kendall, is now an Eagle. I think we can say this is Howie Roseman's best selection since the first round. I think Howie Roseman's really stepped up in round 5 with these last 2 picks. Drew Kendall, the son of Pete Kendall, and Smail Mondin, the inside linebacker. Really liked both these picks in round 5. Probably my 2 favorite Eagles picks. And, now if Cam Jurgens gets injured at center, you have another center that could step in and be that guy. I don't think I had David Walker in my mock draft. I think Tony Mario did. I think I left him out. And I'm at the point where I just don't care anymore. I've wasted too much time on this pick, and I just got to bite the bullet and move on with something. Yeah, I still have a slice of pizza left. I haven't touched it yet, though. Doesn't make me brave, doesn't make me masculine. I'm just laser focused on my job. It's to the point where I take it too seriously and irritate people sometimes. Even my closest friends that care about me. Yeah. Za Frazier, the cornerback from UTSA, is the first comp pick of round 5. Player Dion Reed took in our group mock, 9 deflections. Nice value there. Lathan Ransom went to Carolina in the 4th round. That's the pick I'm currently grading. Depends. How many safeties? I do think Carolina's had a strong draft. But I'm not going to give we had Castro. Castro is the best safety on my board. He's still available. Malachi Moore was there. Hunter Wooler, so 3. Okay. I'll give this. I'm not going to give this an A+, but I do think I'll give it an A-. Lathan Ransom is a good pick here. I think I mocked Lathan Ransom to Carolina in round 4 too. I'm double checking though first before I assume anything. I may have mocked him in round 5. Double checking for sure. Yeah, I did mock Carolina for him in round 5. I'll bump that up to an A then. Well, since I mocked him to Carolina, I might give it an A+. I'm still kind of debating. Oh, fuck. Fuck. It's going to reload the web page. I just hate when it does this. I hate when it does this, okay? I'm sorry if that offends people, my language, but I hate reloading stuff. I expect everything to be done perfect, one take. The Buffalo Bills select Jordan Hancock. I had a third, I think I had a, yeah, I had a third round grade on Jordan Hancock. This is a great value pick. Another corner for Buffalo. I think this is actually better value than the Maxwell Hairston pick, but the Buffalo Bills are now 6 deep at corner. They continue to add assets. I think they're actually deeper at corner than the Chiefs now with all the moves they've made. This is a great pickup for Buffalo. Jordan Hancock, I don't know if he was I think he was the second best corner on my board. Jabbar Muhammad's still there, but, Clay Webb's also still available. And the Lions have traded up with New England. So Dan Campbell and the Lions are at 171. The Patriots have moved down with Dan Campbell. Are we going to see another team in my top 6 slip up here? There we go. So Steelers take Jack Sawyer. Yeah, I'm still getting grades for the 4th round, but Sawyer's a guy I'm very familiar with. I think this will be one of the quicker write-ups. I got to copy and paste to round 5. Round 4, actually. There we go, Sawyer. pretty sure I mocked Sorrel the Packers in the 7th round, but with the Lions pick in, so the Lions are selecting Sophia Florsch from Germany. Is announcing the pick. Are the Lions going to pick a player ahead of Shadur Sanders on my board? That's really what this comes down to. No, they reach for Miles Frazier, who's going to be nothing more than a backup right guard. He didn't allow any sacks in 2024, so that's the only reason I'm willing to give the Lions the benefit of the doubt here. He did not allow any sacks in 2024. So, the tape's really good, I guess. And I do think he has a chance to succeed in Detroit. So, So the Lions are going to keep their streak alive, but we're waiting for one of these teams to slip up. It's probably going to be the Cardinals next. There we go. Chris Paul Jr., Ole Miss 34 middle linebacker. And the Los Angeles Rams ended up getting this pick. The Seahawks originally had this pick, then it went to the Vikings, and then it went to the Rams because, let's face it, this is just... Oh, Oren's back on. Okay, I disconnected. So, yeah, I got you, Oren. Okay. So Chris Paul Jr., 34 middle linebacker out of Ole Miss is the pick. It's going to be Shadur as the cover photo for round 5 unless I turned the camera on already. Should be if you want the camera off, that's fine, but yeah. I'm turning it on. I'm trying to get you on the stream. Restream's being difficult again. I'm trying. I clicked the button 3 times. If I have to click the button 4 times, you know that shouldn't give you an indicator. There we go. There we go. Can I hear you? Are you back, man? You come on, Restream. Don't do Oren dirty like that. Don't do Oren dirty like that, Restream. I clicked the... Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm not going to click the button again as long as Oren stays in the call, Restream. You know what to do.
Okay, you guys got me?
We got you. You're back. Good stuff, Oren.
It was a nice little break.
Yeah, I actually got quite a bit done. I'm on like the last few write-ups of the 4th round. I've got all the news ticker type for round 5, but I've also got some of round 4 updated. Like we're talking we're at the point of where we're at with the Packers in round 4. So
where was the last pick that you guys announced?
the Rams just took
Chris Paul Jr., Mississippi.
Yeah. Jackson Hawes out of Georgia Tech, going to be a 3rd-string tight end to Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. He was also a 2-time Ivy League player with Yale before entering the portal and going to Georgia Tech. I didn't know he went to Georgia Tech from Yale. That's pretty neat. And then the Cardinals have 174. Cardinals select Denzel Burke, Ohio State. I had a 2nd-round grade on Denzel Burke. He finally comes off the board in the 5th round. That is probably the best pick this round outside of Shedeur Sanders. I think you'd agree with me on that. From a value standpoint.
Denzel Burke, the cornerback from Ohio State.
Yeah. Outside of Shedeur Sanders, this was the best pick in what was a very bland 5th round. But since I had Burke lower than Shedeur on my board, that means Shedeur will be the cover photo unless the Seahawks or Ravens pick a player in my top 5 with the next 2 picks. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just going to find a Shedeur Sanders picture and email it to myself. I'm not saying... Yeah, and there's going to be all these Shedeur Sanders Browns pictures with... And I just
the funny thing is, Chris, we haven't had any big players that actually got traded to fit in this round. And I thought a couple of players...
It happens all the time when teams can lowball other GMs, but this draft is so deep that you can't lowball these GMs. This draft is so rich in talent, so deep in talent that you can't lowball these teams. And what's even more fascinating is nobody thought the NFL draft was the best of the 2025 drafts in the respective sports. Most people voted for NBA. I think NHL finished tied for 2nd with MLS. It's nuts, but the Browns did get Shedeur Sanders. That is going to be the cover photo, barring Clay Webb going to Seattle or Baltimore in one of these next 2 picks. We already have a Clay Webb photo on the site, but we're preparing for nobody in my top 5 to get picked, and I'm preparing the scenario here for Shedeur Sanders to go to the Browns, and I got to have a JPEG file. I can only get that on X. I can't have a .gif. I can't have a .svg. I have to have a .jpeg or a .ping or a .gif. It's got to be a picture that I can embed into the site server pretty easily. And all these photos are not photos that help us. They're just photos for... I want a Shedeur Sanders Colorado photo, not a photo of Shedeur with the frickin' Browns in the background. This is what's and it's got to be a JPEG. It can't be a. We'll type in .jpeg and see what comes up. Because I cannot have a freaking SVG or a W.
Well, I can send one to you if you want me to.
That's what I'm looking for. If we can't, because the sooner I get that up, the sooner I can get on round 6. Assuming the Seahawks or Ravens don't, and the Ravens just traded their pick to the Jets. Crap, I have to update that. And by the time I update that on the news ticker, guess what? The Seahawks are going to have their pick in. So the Jets have actually delayed my ability to find a Shedeur Sanders photo.
Seahawks select tight end Roby Outs, Alabama. Ugh. You hear that, Chris?
Roby Outs? I heard that, but I don't know how to spell the name. And
Ouzts.
I'm still Ouzts. Picture. Okay. This is probably an SVG or a WWIF. If it's on Giants.com, it's probably an SVG. That's just how this works now in 2025. But I am emailing the Shedeur photo to myself. Phone is at 12%. I probably need to grab the charger and bring it into this room. Oh, and this floor. Oh, we got a hockey fight between the Panthers and the Light. 2 players punching each other. Panthers
Luke Kandra is Cincinnati, 176.
Luke Kandra, that is a fantastic pick. I had a 3rd round grade on Luke Kandra. That is a great pick. And if Elijah Vera Tucker leaves in free agency, it gives the Jets the flexibility to reload at right guard next year. Because he's a 2021 first round pick entering his 5th year tender. Okay, Robbie Outs. Is it OUTSC or is there a Z in the end for Outs?
O-U, Z as in zebra, T as in Tom, S as in Sam.
Okay. It's probably going to be the 2nd F grade for Seattle. There was another tight end on Bama I liked better. I do like the Luke Kandra pick for the Jets. But we're going to go with Shedeur for round 5. Hopefully the Shedeur Sanders.
The Bills are on the clock with the first.
I'm aware of that. I'll update that. There we go. We got a JPEG of Shedeur Sanders. Perfect. So don't have a lot of time. I got to drag this into my draft folder and crop the photo and upload it to the server. I don't have a lot of time to do that, but once I do that, we'll copy and paste these picks.
God, look how big that 5th round is. So many players. Gee,
yeah. So I should refresh my webpage, but it's nuts. Oh crap! There's white in the background of this picture. There cannot be anything in the background. It just has to be Shedeur. So we got to crop the image multiple times, and then we got to resize it too. I hate when that happens, but that was the hand I was dealt. It's better than having nothing or a file I can't use photo editing on. So I'll take it. All right, Shedeur Sanders, and yeah. All right, so I'm getting the Shedeur Sanders picture up on the site. And round 5. Okay, so before I get to round 6 here, I'm going to post the Shedeur Sanders picture. So Shedeur Sanders made
the... Not the team I was hoping for. But you're right. He's going in a crowded quarterback field. And, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. Any of those quarterbacks that are on the roster, barring a Watson, I mean, it's very capable of starting. I mean, Kenny Pickett is not
Agreed.
a number one quarterback either in another team.
Flacco, neither is
And
Pickett. I
Flacco
mean,
has just been a veteran
I like
for
Dylan Gabriel's
15
ceiling, but
years.
his floor is very low, so he's probably a backup. And just give me a few minutes. I'm copying rounds 1 through 4 to the news ticker right now as we speak, and then once that's done, I will get ready to I'll get ready for okay. There we go. We got round 4 up on the round 6 webpage. Now we just got to copy and paste all the round 5 picks, and then we're done with then we can go to the round 6 webpage and start live reporting some of these picks. I probably should reload the website too, but yeah. Let me see what we can do here. And what 139 was the first pick in round 5. All right, so yeah, we got all the picks up for round 6 now. Okay, we can go to round 6. Everything is up for round 6. I'm not going to put a pick. Oh, gotta fix. Damn it. Damn it. This is not funny. This is not funny when it
It's
X's
like you're
out.
talking to yourself.
I'm talking to my computer because my computer needs to understand its property. It's not a person, it's property. Humans are people. We have to be respectful towards humans.
Let me announce the first
Round
pick of the 6th round.
Yeah, I found a
Buffalo
coding
Bills
error on
select
round 2.
Virginia
So
Tech
go ahead, Oren.
defensive
Go
back
ahead.
Dorian Strong.
I like Dorian Strong. I had a 3rd round grade on him. That's a great pickup for Buffalo in the 6th round. It's the 3rd corner they've drafted, but that is an excellent pickup for Buffalo to start the 6th round. They got better value with Dorian Strong than they did with Maxwell Hairston, but they got 3 good corners. Really like what they've done with their draft. I don't think it's a perfect draft on paper, but they've gotten some bodies. They've gotten some quality players. And yeah, I noticed an error with let's see. I noticed an error with Shamar Turner. I think it was 62 when Shamar Turner. Oh yeah, we didn't put the I in Chicago Bears. That's why the news ticker was all messed up. I'll fix that right now. I'll fix that pick at 62. I'll fix that write-up. And then I'll do that for all the web pages. Fix write-up number C2. Because that's really only grammar error I saw on the news ticker. So I'll fix that up.
I think the Ravens just traded.
Okay, cool. I'll get to that in a second. Just give me a second to update something. I saw an error. I'm going to fix it since I'm a perfectionist. It's my worst quality, I know. But, all right. Round 5, and then got to go all the way down to round 6 page and then fix the error. And then, all right, there we go. That should do it. There we go. We've got the Bills. You'll see the news ticker. The Bills just took picks. Bills just took. I probably should be reloading the page more frequently on the stream, but you could see Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech. And the Titans originally had 178. I think the Ravens now have that pick. Or the Ravens, did you say the Ravens traded that pick to another team, Oren?
Well, it says the Ravens now on the clock at 178. They also no. Let me see here.
Because the Titans originally had this pick. So did the Ravens acquire it in a trade down with the Titans, or how?
The Jets traded 186. And
the Ravens, so the Jets now have 178, correct? Or am I jumping the gun on things?
I don't know. It's kind of blinded by me here. So it says the Jets traded 186 and 2026 5th round pick to the Ravens for 176 and a 2026 6th round pick to move up for Tyler Barron.
Tyler Barron
But that doesn't say on the NFL thing.
traded up to 176 for Tyler Barron. 76 is the last pick in round 5.
So don't worry what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense what they're just they're not showing
I don't
they're not
think
showing the pick
that was
yet.
the last pick in round 5. I think 176 was Luke Kandra. So maybe they took Tyler Barron instead of Luke Kandra. I'm going to check the NFL app because the information here is conflicting. I think Kandra is a much better pick in all honesty, but if the data's I feel like I
Tyler
have
Barron is the pick for the Jets.
Okay, so Tyler Barron was 176 instead of Luke Kandra. But is it 2 R's or 1 R in Tyler Barron?
Here comes the buff.
Oh, I need to know, is it 2 R's or 1 R in Tyler Barron?
On Barron, it's 1 R. Baron.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. So Ravens probably still have 178, just delaying things so that they'll still have picks flying in, but they want to delay things and finishes promptly at 7 because at the rate this is going, it's 350. Draft's going to be over or 6, and they want it to be over at 6:30 or 7. So they manipulate the structure of the draft. That's why I don't think. And the Ravens pick. So we're at the point where I need to take my cell phone. I need to charge. Not only do I need to charge it, I need to actually plug it in. All right. So yeah, the Ravens are taking too long to make their 6th round pick. So I'm gonna focus on Chargers pick in the 4th round and try to get a grade up for that if the NFL is going to be like this and delay things, because I just do not.
The NFL delaying it.
Jalen Lane? So there's an error on the news ticker for round 4 at 128. I think Jalen Lane already got picked by the Texans in the 3rd round. Jalen Lane, the Virginia Tech receiver. I was thinking of Jalen Noel, the Iowa State receiver. I got those two mixed up. That's on me. But yeah.
Now X cut me off because I keep renewing the thing. So stupid.
Whatever. That's their loss, I guess. Chargers took Kyle Kennard. I did not like that pick, but it's a better pick in round 4 because there are people putting Kyle Kennard in day 2, and I didn't see day 2 tape. I'd probably give that a C+ because I think it's a need, but it's not like a big. It is a reach, but it's not like a big reach, and it is a need to a degree. And I'll go back to the round 6 page, and I'll fix the Jalen Lane right up at 128. Because I screwed that up too. I just noticed it. I listed Jalen Lane, but I didn't list the college. I listed the position. I listed the player. Bilal Cohn out of Western Michigan. And this is a player I mocked in round 7. He went in round 5 of our group mock.
Yeah. Cornerback, Bial. I don't know. How did you say it? Bial?
Bilal Cohn. Cornerback, Western Michigan.
Where did you say you had him ranked?
I mocked him in the 7th round. He went in the 5th round of our group mock. Abdel Adala, who filled in for Marcus Cross as the Eagles GM, took him. So a substitute GM took him in our group mock.
Uh-huh.
An interim GM, I should say. Not substitute. I should say interim GM. But yeah, interim did pretty well. Went right in the middle of where the interim GM and where I mocked him. So yeah, the Ravens take a flyer on him. And the Miami Dolphins own this 6th round pick from the Texans. So
Ollie Gordon.
Is it Ollie Gordon? That'd be a great value pick if it was Ollie Gordon.
So far, I see 2 things from Ollie Gordon, but don't be confident on it.
I'm not going to assume
Ollie
anything
Gordon
then.
is the pick.
Ole Gordon the fourth.
Ollie Gordon the
I
second
have a
is
third
the
round
pick. For the
grade on him.
179th Miami
He is,
Dolphins select, and my Raiders are back on the clock.
He's one of my top running backs on the board. So Ole Gordon and Dorian Strong are both great value picks here.
Raiders.
Okay.
Raiders. Come on, Raiders. Select your future quarterback right here, boys.
Will Howard's still on the board. You think that's the pick?
3 people are saying it, but they're just fans.
Yeah.
We did
I
not
figured as
select
much.
we did not select him. We selected Oil Miss defensive tackle JJ Pegas.
JJ Pegs. I had a 7th round grade on him. Don't hate that pick, but it is a reach.
Well, we're in the 6th round. We're
in the 6th round. That's 6th round reach is probably like a B- at this point, I guess. That's the best you're going to get out of me. I'm sorry. I still am going to be critical of reaches, okay? I'm going to be critical of reaches every pick. Most casual fans don't care once we get to day 3. Me, on the other hand, I'm going to be critical of every single pick, whether it's the first pick or the last. If you don't take the best player on the board when you're up, you're going to get gaslit. I don't care if it's the first round or Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, and they don't need another defensive tackle. This guy's going to definitely ride the bench the whole season. And he's
He will. He'll be a bet. They already took a defensive tackle earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I think the Raiders took a tackle.
And I just feel that having this is just another body in camp,
he really is just another body. Anyway. I'm not going to give it a C or a D or even an F grade since it's round 6, but it's a reach. I had him in round 7, so it's a B- for me.
Correct. I mean, I like Tonka way better than that.
I agree. I'm with you, Oren. I had Tonka in round 5, but I love his upside.
This is one of the worst picks that the Raiders have selected the whole day. I mean, the whole time.
I gave the Raiders a dry cornbread grade for Darian Porter in round 3, but I think this is probably going to be the second dry cornbread grade I hand out today to Pegs in round 6.
Porter was on our 4th, 5th round picks.
Yeah, but I had him in like round 7, and Tony Mario had him in round 5, and I think he went in round 3 or 4 of the group mock. So you're putting more stock into the group mock than the actual film, the write-ups, but it's cool. This is trivial to argue about. We're 180 picks into the freaking draft. But yeah,
well, the Steelers still can get Will Howard. It'll be better than what they got.
Yeah, the Chargers traded this pick to the Eagles. Patriots originally owned this 6th round pick. Then the Chargers acquired it, and now the Eagles own it. So Howie Roseman's on the clock at 181. I'm going to try to get a Kyle Kennard write-up.
Eagles select a quarterback, Syracuse, Kyle McCord.
Kyle McCord. I have a backup grade on Kyle McCord, but, he's going to be competing with Tanner McKee, another guy that I have a backup grade on for the backup job. And I mocked Kyle McCord.
You know who starts over there, the best in the business, so he ain't going to go too far.
Of course, Jalen Hurts is going to start. But I thought Pickett at least had somewhat of a ceiling, but he got benched for Tanner McKee. So Tanner McKee and McCord, and really the only QB that I see left in this draft that can develop into a starter is Will Howard. But they went with Kyle McCord, the guy who started Ohio State before Will Howard took over. So, I mean, I mocked McCord in the 5th round. He is my second best quarterback available. I only put 10 QBs in my quarterback rankings this year, and there's 3 guys left. Riley Leonard, Notre Dame, round 6 guy. Kyle McCord, round 5 guy, and Will Howard, a round 3 guy. And I think Howard's significantly better than both, but the Eagles disagree. But I'll give it I think the worst grade I would give this at this point is an A- because it's the fact that you mocked him in round 5 and you took him in round 6, plus the fact that there's only 3 draftable quarterbacks left. There's different variables. Even though I don't like McCord, it's a good fit for him, and he'll learn a lot in this environment. All right, I'm just looking for where was it? I'm looking for the write-up by Kyle Kennard write-up. I know, did I mock Kyle Kennard at the end of round 4? I don't think I did. I think I actually mocked him in round 5, but I'm not super high on him either. Let's check. Let's check the end of round 4. It's possible I mocked him at the end of round 4. I don't think I did, though. Yeah, I don't think I did, but I'm double checking. Wally, Brinson, Giddens, Griffin. Trying to think, where did we put Kyle Kennard? I think we put him somewhere in round 5 or 6. I know Eagles took Kyle McCord, and I know I need to update the webpage. I just want to get this one pick in for the Chargers because I've been stuck on them for 20 minutes. I want to at least get their pick up so that I have one less round 4 pick after the show today.
And your Pats are back up, bro.
I know my Pats are back up. I appreciate the update. Appreciate the consideration. I had Kyle Kennard in round 6, and the Chargers took him in round 4, so that would be a C+ in terms
And
of.
Halak's pick was from Brazil.
Yeah, I know. Donald Trump deported the Patriots mascot. That's why. Yeah, so I'm about to type the Browns' 4th round pick from the Vikings, but before I do that, we're going to get to round 6. We're going to update the Kyle McCord pick. And the Patriots, this was the Jaguars' original pick, but I think the Patriots, for the most part, have addressed most of their needs. Hopefully we get Clay Webb here. I mean, only player with a round 1 grade still on my board is Clay Webb. But he played at Jacksonville State, so he's getting underlooked big time. And he's a consensus day 3 pick, but, you know. Talk shoe disconnected. Freaking talk shoe. Whatever. I mean, I'm more invested in the live stream at this point, but whatever. Mikey, don't say anything, Oren. I know you know the pick's in. Please don't say anything.
I don't know the pick, actually.
Oh.
It went to commercial.
So you might be a few seconds ahead of me. Are you on NFL Network or ESPN or ABC?
NFL Network.
Okay, we're both on NFL Network. So it didn't go to a commercial yet. So, but they are
But I did get a pick. I want you to announce it because it's the first of that position.
Special teams? Throwing
Yes, sir.
Andres Borregales is my number 2 kicker in this draft. I kind of had a feeling the Patriots might go kicker, but I wasn't certain. The reason I didn't mock a kicker is because they got John Parker Romo, the Vikings' backup kicker, who went 11 for 12 from field goals, but they did lose Joey Sly to the Titans, and I figured they might take a kicker at some point. They do. They go Andres Borregales. I do like this pick, though. I mean, there's 3 really good kickers in this draft. 4, actually. I think there's 4 kickers with starter potential. And Andres Borregales, Tony Mario's number 1 kicker. Mine was Graham Nicholson, but both kickers. And then you got Ryan Fitzgerald, who was 13 for 13 on field goals with Florida State. So Borregales, though, I do like this pick. I do think he's the kicker of the future. I think that's a great pickup for New England in round 6. So So far, though, of the picks, if we have to pick a cover photo for round 6, I would say Ole Gordon or Dylan Strong. Leaning Ole Gordon slightly because he was the Doak Walker Award winner as a sophomore in 2023. Doak Walker Award's a pretty big deal. Best running back in the country.
Let's see what the Titans get here. And then there's a couple of quarterbacks that could come here too. So don't forget that.
That's true. The Titans could, if the Titans can't trade Will Levis, they could draft a QB to push him. Because right now the Titans' backups are Brandon Allen, Tim Boyle, and Will Levis. I think Will Howard's better than all 3 of those guys. Personally.
Oh, nice pick for the Titans.
What we got?
Cornerback Marcus Harris.
I'm not high on him. And that's a meh pick for me. What college?
California. About Berkeley Bears.
Yeah, I think the best. I'm happy the Patriots got the best player on Cal's defense at safety. Marcus Harris, not bad, but not great either. Maybe I'm underestimating him. Yeah, I had Jaden Ott, Xavier Carlton, Craig Woodson. Those were the only 3 Cal players that I had. And I think I forgot to screen share round 6. Let me do that right now. I forgot. Sorry. I thought I had screen shared round 6. I hadn't. That's on me. Let me get that updated. I've been doing a lot of stuff for the site, technical stuff. So let me get that updated for you guys. Sorry. It's my fault. I've just been so caught up in. All right. So you could see, I'll reload this because more picks are coming in. I've been posting all the picks in round by round, so you can see, the audience can see what's actually going on with the selections here. Saints are about to pick at 184. I'm not going to say who they're
Saints. That's a lot. I think that was the last pick I'm getting. It's just when you type in Saints, because of the Pope, you get all this other information.
Yeah, you get all this stuff. I know Pope Francis passed away this week. Very sad news.
With the 184th pick of the 2025 draft, New Orleans Saints select Devin Neal, running back, Kansas.
That is a player I had a second-round grade on. I had a second-round grade on. So right now, that is the front runner for the cover photo. But there's still a few players ranked ahead of him on my board.
I kind of forgot about him, but yeah, that's a good pick.
I mean, Joey had him in his top 32 as well. So that's your change of pace back to Kamara. That's a great value pick in round 6. That's probably the Saints' best pick all day outside of the Banks pick at 9. And there's speculation on whether Banks is going to play left tackle or left guard. He might play left tackle because and they might move Fuaga back to right tackle. That's just something I heard, but yeah.
Don't worry about it. That's your charge upstairs. I couldn't find yours.
So, all right. So finally got pick 126 write-ups done. And there's an exact total of 100. I believe there's 138 write-ups done, 138 picks for round 4. So I am updating these picks. Don't worry. I am updating these picks as they come in. Devin Neal, and now I'm going to have to update this again because the Steelers pick is in. Got our own draft tracker here. What are the Rams? Okay, 4th round. Rams. Do I have time to post? Do I have time to start the next write-up to take some pressure off of me? Let's see. No, the Colts got this pick in the trade with the Rams. So this was the Jalen Travis pick. This was a great value pick by the Colts. Okay. So Joey did try to call me, but nobody answered.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up.
Sorry, Joey. I did try to.
Recording started.
Jimmy Horn.
Jimmy Horn Jr. Matt is a good pick.
If it is,
I think he's going to be a backup on Pittsburgh, but he'll be a high-end number 4 if he's that.
Let me double check, because
he could be the slot receiver next year, though. That's the thing, because George Pickens is in the final year of his contract. They could move Roman Wilson to number 2 receiver next to.
No, actually, excuse me, even better pick. They actually got their quarterback. Will Howard is the selection for the Steelers.
Yeah, that is a great pick.
So they've been waiting all day, but they get their future quarterback here.
Will Howard, and he goes to Pittsburgh. So this is a great fit.
And I'm ashamed of the Raiders for not selecting him.
I could see Will Howard and Sanders both starting. This is going to be an abnormality, but I could see 2 day 3 picks in this draft starting. Remember, when Brock Purdy was a rookie, Skylar Thompson was also a rookie in that draft. They both started as rookies. I could see the same thing happening with Howard and Shitter both starting a little bit as rookies. I don't know if it'll happen. I think the Browns will take a more patient, methodical approach. But if Mason Rudolph sucks, we might see Will Howard sooner than later in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish the Steelers would have got Shador before, but they did not. They made.
You're only saying that because he would have. You think he would have had more success with Pittsburgh than Cleveland?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's just going to have to beat out a lot of players to be.
That's true. With Pittsburgh, it's like Mason Rudolph, but they liked both Rudolph and that's why they played the waiting game.
We're in midway right now, correct? Through the 6th round?
We're on 185. I mean, 177 was the first pick in round 6. So we're still in the early part of round 6. We're not close to midway yet. There's 40 picks this round. It's picks 177 to 216.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then we have 217 to 257, 41 picks in round 7. So rounds 4 and 5 were faster than last year, like I told you earlier in the show. But rounds 6 and 7 are going to be slower. So they're going to be longer rounds, these last 2 rounds.
I'd rather be done. I can go rest upstairs. Break. Who's your best available right now, Chris?
Clay Webb. He's been my best available since Deion Walker got picked. The Jacksonville State left guard's my only player in the top 32 that has not been picked yet. But I don't even know if he's going to get picked at this rate because some had him going in round 6, some had him going in round 7.
Okay, we got the second kicker coming off the board here. Ravens select Arizona kicker Tyler Loop.
Tyler Loop wasn't even in my top 4 kickers, but Arizona was a team in the market for a kicker. I'll probably give this a D grade as a result because I think we have to be a little bit stricter with kicker criteria. If there's only 4 draftable kickers and then there's like 5 or 6 other kickers and the Cardinals take the 7th best kicker, I think we have to be a little bit stricter with them. You can argue that it's a C grade. That's fine, but it is, it is a reach. If you take the 7th best kicker in round 6, it is a reach, even if you need a kicker.
And then the Texans are back on the clock.
Okay,
Got a lot
so
of picks the Texans.
that was the first. Wait, was that the Cardinals? No, the
That was
Steelers.
the Ravens. The Ravens selected the kicker Tyler Loop.
And they took a kicker that wasn't even in my top 6 or 7. They took like the 7th best kicker in college football to
I
challenge.
love this pick coming up here. You'll like this better than the kicker.
Who was the kicker
Texans
again?
select Penn State defensive back Jalen Reed.
Oh, Jalen Reed. Yeah. Well, at this point, I don't hate the pick. I think I mocked him in round 5, but I'm not a fan of his. I think Kevin Winston Jr. was good, and this guy was the complimentary player at safety. I don't like Jaden Reed. I mean, Castro's on the board. Sebastian Castro, the Iowa safety that I got a 2nd-round grade on, still on the board. And you take this guy, Jaden Reed. You know what, Houston? This is why you lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs. Shit like this and the referees are the reason Patrick Mahomes beats you in the playoffs. It's decisions like this, the 6th round. Not just the referees, or it's decisions like this that allow the Chiefs to get a landslide win over a team like the Texans in January. All right. What do we got? Tennessee's got 188. Gives me a brief window to get some.
Tennessee's had a weird draft, I must say, except for the first pick overall.
No, I still want to record on TalkShoe. I was just worried that TalkShoe cut me off. That's why I went back to double check. So Jalen Lane, that's going to get a D grade for me.
The Titans select with the 188th pick, select running back Khalil Mulligans.
He's a fullback, by the way.
Yeah,
Khalil Mullings,
running back on his
Khalil Mullings was the Michigan Wolverines starting fullback. So I know he's listed as a running back because fullbacks are non-existent, but he is a fullback. So, and he's my number 1 fullback in this draft. I do have a starter grade on him too. So that's a great value pick for the Titans at 188. So the Titans take a fullback. Mullings has been the number 1 fullback in college football each of the last 2 years.
And the Colts have the next 2 picks.
Yeah, and the Colts are one of these teams, they have not slipped up once yet in this draft. Them, New England, Cincinnati, Kansas City, those 4 teams, the Lions and the Cardinals are the 6 teams, the Super 6, they have not slipped up yet. One of them's got to slip up. We're in round 6. somebody's got to panic. Somebody's got to slip up. Somebody's got to do something really stupid. But it hasn't happened yet. And for everybody saying I shouldn't have given Miles Frazier an A+, Miles Frazier gave up 0 sacks. I mean, his 2023 tape was brutal, but he gave up 0 sacks in 2024. And I trust the Lions with players. I do. I trust the Lions enough to where if they think a lineman with 0 sacks can be an impact player down the road, they've earned the benefit of the doubt. They've been to an NFC title and they got home field last year, even though Washington knocked them out. Unlike the Browns or Raiders, the Lions have actually done enough.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
What do we got for the Colts?
Colts get a quarterback. The next best quarterback on the board, not named Q Ewers, as Riley Leonard.
Riley Leonard and Quinn Ewers are my only QBs with draftable grades on the board, and the Colts take Riley Leonard.
Well, it looks like the Raiders ain't going to get a QB.
I think if they had drafted Ewers instead, they would have had a QB with a shot to be a starter. They take Riley Leonard, and you're basically getting a third-string quarterback. So the Colts, they're out of the running for a perfect draft, but the Bengals are still in the running for a perfect draft. The Chiefs are still in the running for a perfect draft. The Patriots are still in the running for a perfect draft. Cardinals and Lions. So we're still down to 5 teams. We're waiting for that first domino to slip. We're waiting for that next domino to slip, and finally in round 6, it is the Colts who have that first slip up. So, and the Cardinals have drafted well. I didn't think of the Cardinals initially when doing my rankings this morning, but they've had a great draft, the Cardinals. So I feel more confident in my Bengals-Lions Super Bowl prediction. But we'll see what happens.
Now the Colts are back on the clock again.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ravens took Teddy Buchanan as a Cal linebacker for depth. That was like the first reach they made. But they don't have any depth behind Roquan Smith and Trenton Simpson. You got an update on 190?
No, they're just showing Riley Leonard 10 times.
Yeah, I figured as much. Riley Leonard's going to be the clipboard holder for Daniel Jones, which is actually pretty sad demotion. I don't think Leonard's a starter. I think he's a backup. But you want that third QB to ride the bench behind Richardson, Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard. Okay.
Colts.
Yep. Somebody's back in the chat. Let me is that William or is that Mary? Or is that Oren? Oren disconnected. That's why. Okay. All right, so the Eagle. Oh, wait. Let's see what we got. The Jets ended up acquiring this pick and taking Malachi Moore, which was one of their better picks in the 4th round. And we're waiting for 190 to come in, so I am getting some things done. Okay, I'll try again, Oren. There we go. Is that?
Let me see.
I see you. Everyone sees you. You're good.
Yeah, I'm still looking. It's just showing right now Riley Leonard, and they're flipping over, and it's just exciting pick.
Yeah, I'm still looking for. There we go. We found the Malachi Moore write-up. Tim Smith, Alabama defensive tackle. Some had him going in the 6th round. I had him as an undrafted grade. Some had him going in the 7th, actually. But yeah, I mean, I don't see him. I think he might actually get cut because I think the 4 defensive tackles the Colts have on their depth chart are all better than him. Just a 3rd-string practice squad body guy. That's probably gonna be a C- for me when we get to it. So the Colts, they had a great draft up until this pick. This was the 6 rounds where they had their first whiff, but we'll see if the Bengals and Lions can keep this momentum going. Yeah, because I think Joey wants to call it. Me personally, he just doesn't want to call it a talk shoe. That's fine. But yeah,
Now the Eagles are on the clock, and the pick is in.
perfect. So 130 picks are typed. I think there's 138 picks in the 4th round total, but 130. I'll refresh. We'll show you guys the grades when I get done with round 4. But right now, the picks are just flying in. What do you have for the Eagles at 191? Or is the pick just in, but nothing's up?
They just stopped.
Okay. Miles Hinton, the Michigan right tackle. So he's going to Philadelphia. This Eagles draft has just not been good. But unfortunately, outside of the Lions, there's only team that's drafted well this late in the drafts, the Cardinals. And as good as the Cardinals have drafted, have they done enough to challenge for the NFC West? I mean, that's the big question. I don't know. I think they might be a wild card team now. We'll see.
Whoops. Seahawks on the phone with somebody.
All right. So this pick originally belonged to the Browns. It's now going to go to the Seahawks unless they trade it. I'm waiting to see what happens with Clay Webb. To be honest, he should not be on the board at 192. Okay, so the Saints ended up with 131, and they took Quincy Riley, who I had a 2nd-round grade on. That was a fantastic pick. Hey, Joey, you're back. All right.
Can we connect on anything at this point?
We can connect on my phone, but my phone's at a 37%. If it's at 5%, I'm charging it. But Bryce Cabledew is the pick at 192. This guy was ranked This guy was Kansas guard, ran a 4.95 at the Jayhawks Pro Day. This guy was ranked 795 on most draft boards. But Bryce
Hey, Chris,
Campbell
I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be back a little later.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
I'm sorry that I am so far behind because
Don't apologize.
whatever happened with the connection and everything, I tried. It just didn't work out.
Let's see what the Bengals do. So there's only 5 perfect drafts left. The Colts whiffed with Riley Leonard, even though Quinn Ewers is there. I don't see Riley Leonard becoming anything more than a backup. So,
Well, can I comment on this Shedeur Sanders selection real quick? Because
no, you're being a Browns homer. You waited 2 hours to call back in.
I've been following this Shedeur Sanders.
I get it, but the Bengals are on the clock, man. I'd really prefer if you waited until you're being rude. And the Bengals took Taj Brooks. God punished you for being a Browns homer. God punished you for being a Browns homer. Taj Brooks is a Bengal, Joey, and the Bengals get another running back to pair with Chase Brown and Taj Brooks. I love this pick. We had a 3rd-round grade on him, and you know what? If you're going to be like that, fine. I'll do this by myself. Fine. You guys are fucking children. You know that? Oren, I can understand he needs a break because this is very demanding. But Joey, you're being a child. I don't want to talk about Shedeur Sanders for 5 hours like Mel fucking Kiper. I don't want to do that. And I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I'm drawing the line at that. The Bengals are on the clock. We're not talking about frickin' Shedeur Sanders when the fucking Bengals are on the clock. Bengals are my pick to win the Super Bowl. I want to see what they end up doing. I don't really give a Shedeur Sanders is already my cover player for round 5. And I get it. You're a fan of a team. You want to talk about a player religiously when you're a fan of a team. But at the end of the day, I also want to be a realist about this. And, you know, looking at this, it's just so fucking rude. God damn it. You know, if you're going to talk about Shedeur for 50 fucking minutes, then just let me and Oren, just let the men handle shit. I think Jalen McLeod, I don't know if he's a Mike linebacker or an outside linebacker. I'm going to have to look up Auburn's depth chart again. Jesus fucking Christ. So Jalen McLeod's a right outside linebacker on Auburn. They already drafted Maui Goa. And Luke Newman, Michigan State guard, goes to the Bears at 195. So the Chicago Bears take Luke Newman. Let's see what we got with Luke Newman. Some of these guys, I didn't expect to get picked where they got picked, you know? Yeah, it's at the tipping point where I'm about ready to tell the next person that mentions Shadur Sanders to get a room with Shadur Sanders. That homophobic. I guess you could say it's homophobic. You could say it's unnecessary, but at the end of the day, we've talked about him 50 times. I don't want to talk about the same player 50 times. We put him on the cover photo for round 5. That's all the love you're getting. I do think it was a great pick. I don't want the same freaking. I want more variety. Okay? Where the hell is William? I'd love to have William back and just wrap this up with him. Yeah, but William's got some personal stuff going on. I can't really talk about it on the air. I can't. It's just, it'd be a violation of trust, violation of confidentiality. So, what do we got for the Lions? So, the Bengals took Taj Brooks. That was a fantastic pick. Ahmed Hassanein, left end Boise State. Very good pick in round 6. I had a 4th round grade on him. The Lions are continuing to nail this draft. Quantity. Yeah, and some of the picks are just flying in here. I want to get the Quincy Riley pickup for round 4. So the Texans moved up with Denver at 197. And the Texans select Graham Mertz out of Florida. Great pick with the Royals pick, but yeah, the Texans, they get Graham Mertz, player that probably should not have even been drafted as a backup at 197. They took Graham Mertz over Quinn Ewers. How fucking blind do you have to be to make a decision like that? I mean, I don't know what's going on in Houston. They had first, really good first few days of this. Warren Brinson, the defensive tackle from Georgia. Branson Taylor out of Pittsburgh. Did Devin Neal go in round 6? It looks like I think Devin Neal did go in round 6 to New Orleans. Yeah. Rayon. LeJontay Wester, Colorado's a Raven. A Johnny Cornelius out of Oregon. That is a great pick. I had a 5th round grade on him. I do think he can develop into a starter, but he goes into a situation where he can be a swing backup right tackle and a backup right guard in depth role, which honestly probably suits him better. Kane Madrano got picked in the 6th round. Is that Oren or is that Kyle? Who's in the chat room? Is it somebody else? Hey, Mary. I wish Mary was back here. If she's in the chat room, I'd bring her on. But yeah, it's like, Woody. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, I'm done with the chat room. Thank you. Cameron Williams, right tackle, Texas. The Panthers get Alec Aoman. Jimmy Horn Jr. is a Panther in round 6. Really like the value on that pick this late in the draft. Bryce Young gets another weapon. I'm going to look at the combine information first. So the Lions, the Bengals, the Chiefs, and the Patriots are the only 4 teams that have not slipped up in this draft yet. So are any of those 4 going to slip up in the final round? All right, I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna go back into my. If I hear something, I'll go back. But I'm gonna go back to round 4. I'm gonna double check my code. And yeah, because I've got the live results for round 6 up, but you know. I'm going to double check all the write-ups and all the grades I've typed. So we're just done with round 4. We will get to round 5. And there's like 2 picks left before we get to round 7. But yeah, this has just been a very wonky, very weird draft. R.J. Mickens. So the Chargers take R.J. Mickens, the Clemson strong safety, for depth. So Bengals. Okay. There is truth to what I'm saying. So again, fourth round is done. Jay Toya going to Dallas. Jack Nelson. So the Patriots finally slip up in round 7. Marcus Bryant. So the Patriots were 1 round away from a perfect draft. They had a perfect draft through 6 rounds where, they addressed all their needs. They got good value. They didn't miss on a pick. They're out of the running, but they were one of the last 4 teams. So the Bengals, the Chiefs, and the Lions are the only 3 left. Jonah Monheim is a really good value pick in round. Damian Martinez, that is a great pick for Seattle at 223. We are seeing some value picks in round 7 this year versus previous years. So Damian Martinez and probably Jonah Monheim are the 2 best value picks so far. But yeah, I'm going to start working on round 5. Because round 4 is done. Foreign's not calling back in. Joey's not calling back in. I'm just going to go 1 round at a time and do as much as I can. I do need to use the bathroom, but I'll probably wait until... Yeah. I'll probably wait until after the draft, and I'll stay on the air. Keaton Crawford out of Nevada is a Cardinal. Steelers probably gave the Chiefs a 7th round pick next year, or the Chiefs ended up getting 229. I really can't think of anything else. Any other reason for the Chiefs to move this pick? Yeah, I'm still on TalkShoe, but iPad just reached 10% here in the 7th round. And we're at a point where the iPhone's at 29%, the iPad's at 10%. So Curtis Rourke. Where did I have Brashard Smith in round 7? Because that might be the first A-plus pick. That might be a really good value pick. I had Brashard Smith going to the Browns at 255. A little bit early for him, but I do trust the Chiefs when it comes to SMU players. We'll give Cam Jackson a B grade. Yeah, I'm going to get the Carson Vincent pickup. Dan Jackson's a nice value pick. And the Dolphins with Quinn Ewers, quarterback Texas. I love that pick this late in the draft. Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins. That's a great pickup. Hunter Wohler, another freaking steal. I had a third-round grade on Hunter Wohler. There have been a lot of fantastic value picks. It's hard to say. I think the Bengals have had the best draft so far, pretty much hit on all 6 of their picks, but the Lions and Chiefs are probably the 2 de facto challengers at this point. Kyle Monangai, running back Rutgers. I had a second on Kyle Monangai. That was a great pickup for Chicago. Hunter Wohler. So Mason Richmond, a left tackle out of Iowa, is the Seahawks' 7th-round pick. What are Tony Mario's Buccaneers going to do? Are they going to get Clay Webb? Vegas has tied Minnesota in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Tez Johnson, wide receiver, Oregon. That is a great pick. just when I thought Tampa Bay couldn't make their receiver room any better, they get Tez Johnson, and they get him in round 7. And Tez Johnson, I think I did upload a Tez Johnson photo to the site earlier this after. I may have. I don't. No, I came close to uploading a Tez Johnson picture. Yeah, I went with Clay Webb. If Clay Webb, because in the 4th round, Deion Walker got picked. Quincy Riley got picked that round. So did Sawyer. Restrepo's still there. Clay Webb is still there. If one of those two gets picked this round, we'll go there. But, Tez Johnson was a great pick here. Tez Johnson was a player I had a 2nd round grade on. So the drafting for the most part has been much better in round 7 versus round 6, I think. LeQuint Allen, player Ken LeBlanc took in the 5th round of our group mock. I had a 5th round grade on him. That's another good pick here. A lot of teams are basically going for value in round 7. And Tez Johnson was high school teammates with Bo Nix. Now he goes to Tampa in a much better situation with Baker Mayfield. Yeah, because I know we're getting to a point where the server's going to crash again. The computer on interweb. Not the server, but like this. This happens a lot with interweb. There we go. Ricky White the third. Drafting's been much better in round 7 versus round 5. Drafting's been much better. Caden Prather goes to the Bills here. I think I'm off talk shoe. Yeah, I think the iPad died. 5 picks left, and then I'm done with this mock. iPad died. Yeah, I figured as much. I'll grade some more picks. It's just I want to see how round 7 plays out, and I really do have to use the bathroom. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to go. But I'm not going to go because I'm committed to getting through this draft. But I also feel like there'll be too much pressure to complete that perfect season, and they'll flounder. They'll flounder when you least expect it. Yeah, so the show ended on talk shoe, but the Patriots, the Mr. Irrelevant pick, Kobe Minor out of Memphis is Mr. Irrelevant. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I promise you guys I'll be back. Yeah, I love what the Falcons did, but they were very aggressive, very risky, all in type draft. All right, so before I reload Restream, how many? We've been up to 7 hours. I believe we can restream 12 hours, I think is the limit. Is 12 hours the limit? Yeah. The Broncos got Clay Webb. Clay Webb is a Bronco. Yeah, look at Shadur. He's dancing. He's having a good time. Yeah, the Browns did take Shadur Sanders with the fifth round pick. Patriots moved down. I really did like what the Patriots did. What other UDFAs do we have? So Restrepo is Castro's a Steeler. I probably want to keep covering the draft until I die, but yeah. Too early to say because right now I'm looking at 2026 quarterbacks. I'm looking at Aller. I think if he stays all 3 years and waits until his sophomore redshirt this year, will be a junior redshirt entering the 2027 draft, and it'll be a senior redshirt in 2028. Arch Manning. So Arch Manning stays at Texas until 2028. Yes, I think Arch Manning can become a elite prospect that gets overhyped to no end, in the same sense that Peyton Manning, Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck, Caleb Williams, because those 4 guys, Elway, Manning, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, Andrew Luck, they all got overhyped as hell. And I'd say half those guys lived up to the hype. Elway, Manning, Luck lived up to the hype, but his career was cut short by injuries. Lawrence and Williams could end up living to the hype, but haven't lived up to the hype yet. That does not make them busts or failures in my eyes. They're still with the team that drafted them, but they haven't lived up to that hype yet. And the only way I see Arch Manning living up to that hype is if he stays all 3 years at Texas. This year, next year, senior year, and ends up in the 2028 draft. That's the only way I see Arch Manning entering that Elway, Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams tier of quarterback prospects. Arch Manning may be that in the NFL, but I don't think he's that right now. I think he's 2 years away from becoming that as a senior in 2027. Yeah, I don't know what the time limit is on Restream. I'll look that up in a second. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing something fun. Yeah, I'm going to try to get the Mac McWilliams write-up done. I'll stay on the live stream until the Dallas Colorado game starts. look, I'll be straight with our audience. There's this episode. We're gonna recap draft grades next Saturday, and after next Saturday, we're going to talk about the schedules, because the schedules come out May 14th. I don't know what the schedule looks like. Let me see what next week is. As far as the podcast goes, there's going to be a football show next Saturday. Maybe a show where Joey and I recap all the team grades. But I haven't planned anything out past Saturday. I'm also looking at the week after that, the week of the 10th, May 10th, because a lot of hockey news is going to be happening in the first full week of May, because technically this upcoming week is the last full week of April as we transition into the month of May. So I'm looking at the first full week of May. May 5th or 6th, we're going to have the NHL draft lottery, and May 7th, we're going to have the WHL Bantam draft. So that's going to be a hockey week. Maybe an update on the NHL and NBA playoffs. And then the week after that, we'll probably have our NFL, we'll have an NFL schedule show where we look at the schedules for each team week by week. And then that's And then that's probably the end of the football until July. That's probably the last you'll hear me talk about football until July or August. Because I'm at that point where I would say 95% of the football content you're going to hear in season 14 of Draft Utopia is done for the year after this draft. And I'll stay on until the end of I'll stay on until the Dallas Colorado game starts. Because I do have a lot of write-ups to do. I don't know how long Restream will have me on. Okay, we're already at 9 hours. And we've got somebody in the chat. Is that yeah, I'm still here, guys. Okay, great. Okay, what's going on? I'm at 140 picks. Yeah, 150 picks. I will try to get 152 done. I will try. DJ Giddens and Shamar James. So I am turning off the live stream at 9:30. This has been fun. And I thank the 32 people who are still here. All right, 8:11 left in the third period. I'll give this another 8 minutes. I'm gonna try to get what's the limit on restream? What's going on? Undrafted free agent news, Oren.
What?
What's going on with undrafted free agent news?
What's going on with undrafted? What would you like to hear? I'm on the air.
Yeah, I'm still technically on. I am going to end soon, but since the Dallas-Colorado game hasn't started for hockey, I'm going to try to grind through and get as many of these draft write-ups done. I'm already got up to I've got every pick typed in the news ticker, and I've got 152 write-ups, like grades already posted out of 257. This is the most I've done in one day, because usually the draft ends, I'll be midway done with round 4, midway through everything, and then I get tired and I go to bed, or I end up taking a power nap after the draft. That has not happened yet. So I might clear round 5 tonight.
Yeah. Well, I kind of previewed off the air what's been happening. Let me go through.
I saw Clay Webb to Denver, Restrepo went to Tennessee, and Castro went to the Steelers. So my top 3 UDFAs. I got updates on that.
And the other Sanders boy went to the Bucks, and the Bucks also took a Will Shepherd from Colorado.
That was their receiver room is loaded. I don't know if Shepard's going to make the team. They got Tez Johnson, Ibuka, and they got Will Shepherd. They're not just 2 deep at receiver now. They might be 3 deep, which is insane.
The North Carolina offensive lineman Willie Lampkin got selected to the Rams.
Yeah, but he's 5'10", 270. And Brady Cook is going to sign with the Jets. So, but these guys are all getting auditions. And half of them aren't even going to be on, over half of them aren't even going to be on week 1 rosters.
Not even the practice squad.
Yeah.
Hey, who were you talking about, Muhammad?
Jabbar Muhammad, Oregon corner.
Oh, okay. The other Muhammad from USC went to the Rams also. I'm just scrolling down here.
Appreciate it. That.
Oh my God, the Vikings they did a whole new draft. They got like 20 players already.
That's nuts.
I mean, what for? They picked up Brock Brosser from Minnesota. Like he's gonna have a chance with the Vikings.
Interesting pick, Jalen Rivers for the Bengals in round 5. I like that pick because the Bengals right guard is Cody Ford. He's in a contract year, and I just really think it's a good fit.
Brady Cook went to the Jets.
Yep, I saw that. I'm watching NFL Network still. And with Ottawa, Toronto likely to go to overtime, that means the Dallas game's delayed, which means I'll be on the air a little bit longer, get a little bit more write-ups done. So we'll see.
Cy Alexander, cornerback from LSU, signs with the Seahawks.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot of these names are just names, so I'm not going to read names I've never heard of, Chris.
I'm looking for Jabbar Muhammad. I'll see if Jabbar Muhammad, because his name's tough to spell.
They have him as an edge here. I think they have him listed as an edge, that's why.
No, there's Jabbar Muhammad's a corner out of Oregon.
Okay. Let me reset it. Maybe some other names came off. Cardinals still have not signed anybody. Nick Nash, we had in our group mock, went from San Jose State. He went to the Falcons.
He did not get. Oh, 40 minutes ago, Jabbar Muhammad is signing with the Jaguars. Undrafted free agent, Jaguars. Oh, Muhammad, that was a good one.
You falling asleep on us?
I'm not falling asleep. I'm yawning. I'm still awake.
Yeah, I should have just came on like this because it's easier.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's
And then I can really see the picks anyway.
I'm looking at some of the stuff here. Jordan Hancock, I think he got picked in the 7th round. Brooks, Monheim, Winslow, a lot of these guys that we had 3rd round grades on got picked. Donovan Edwards, Michigan running back. He went undrafted. Did he end up anywhere? Let's find out. Donovan Edwards, Jets. The Jets are stacked at running back. I don't think he will make the Jets. Isaiah Davis, they have Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, and
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I don't know what's up with the Minnesota Vikings. Do they all need a whole new beat-up squad so they think they have like 27 players?
yep.
Oh, you picked up a UC Davis running back.
Yep. And
Cam Riley, Florida State linebacker, goes to your Pats.
Cam Riley, not really impressed. Marcus Mabeau went to the Giants, but I'm looking at what other draft picks were on my rankings that I did not look at. Let's see. Kamon Rucker. See what happens to Mr. Rucker. Edge rusher. North Carolina. The Commanders. No, that's Trey Rucker. Commanders get Trey Rucker, but we do not have a I don't know. I have not heard anything on Kamon Rucker.
No.
Nope.
Mini camp. Well, it looks like Falcons are doing some more work here. Oh, Jay Higgins goes to the Ravens.
That's a good one. I thought that was better than the linebacker they drafted, because they drafted Teddy Buchanan, but I think Higgins is better than Buchanan.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
The cow guy that we were talking about.
Yeah, but that's going to be a competition. Buchanan's going to have to earn that job. He'll probably be favored to earn that job, but Higgins is going to push him for it. So. Isaiah Bond, did he get a I mean, I know he had some legal stuff that kept him from getting drafted.
Don't see it.
Yep.
The safety Texas you're talking about?
A Texas receiver, not the safety.
Okay.
Mukaba went to the Eagles in round 2.
Okay, that's right. Oh, Isaiah Bond. Yeah, that's right. Safety.
He's a receiver. Mukaba's the safety, bro.
Never mind. You blow my head. I'll find it if he gets.
I don't
selected.
think he signed with anybody. Like, because I checked. Oh, Quentin Cooley. Let's see if we got an update on Quentin Cooley. I know Nick Nash went to Atlanta. Did Cooley get a new DFA?
Cooley?
I don't think Cooley did.
No, not yet.
So Cooley and Bond are both still available. Anybody can claim them. The fact that nobody has says more than you'd think.
I cannot believe in my mind that this guy gets selected to sign with any team for that matter, but he won't be playing. But Ethan Garbers from UCLA, who, in my words, sucked this year, I have no idea. I think he's just going to be a body bag.
Yeah, I'm looking at Graham Nicholson, the Alabama Lou Groza Award winner. Did he sign with anybody yet? Nope. What else do we got here? I don't know. Efton Chisholm III, Eastern Washington. New England got Efton Chisholm was one of my favorite receivers in the draft. I had a 5th on him. I'm very happy Efton Chisholm III is on the Patriots. Probably Eastern Washington's best receiver since Cooper Kupp.
I like how they just pull out names. Hey, we were following this guy. When the draft ended, who was the best on the board for you? Webb, right?
Yeah, the Broncos picked him up relatively quickly. They don't have a backup left guard to Ben Powers. He might make the Broncos' depth chart as the backup left guard.
I don't even have that guy on my. I never. Let's see.
Who is that? Efton Chisholm? I had him in my.
No. Let me look him up.
Who?
I'm looking at one of the Raiders guys. Parker Clements, tackle out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I only Virginia Tech players I had getting drafted were the weapons and defensive linemen.
Yeah, I never heard of this. That's why I'm looking him up.
Okay.
He's not even on the board at all in PFF.
Yep. So 154 picks are up. So that means there's only 176 write-ups in round 5. So 2 more away from the halfway point. And Dante Trader Jr. and Bossa were the 2 additions. Logan Brown at Kansas was a guy we both liked. He ended up anywhere.
There's a few people that haven't. I don't see any big names right now, Chris.
That's fine.
Sometimes it takes a couple of days for these guys to negotiate something, even though it's like $60,000.
Yeah. This group was talented, but it was also very wide open in the sense that.
You know my take. They still need an 8th round here.
I agree. They do need an 8th round.
They're going to just do this and throw a bunch of names in. They need an 8th round.
Plus, having an 8th round separates them from the NHL draft. If the NHL draft has 7 and you have 8, then you've got the ultimate sport. You already do have the ultimate sport, but this pretty much 8th round pretty much validates that notion for good.
It wouldn't hurt. To me, they should have it through Sunday and have basically 6. Basically, it should be 5. It should be, but didn't they used to do that? Have 4 days?
No, it used to only be 2 days with the first 2 rounds on the Saturday and rounds 3 through 7 on Sunday.
Well, Houston only gets 1 pick, so KC Osuna from Louisiana. I don't know how that's going to help Houston.
Oh yeah, the Rams got not Cody Lindenberg, Sean Dolak, Buffalo linebacker. Your Raiders got Lindenberg, but yeah, your Raiders drafted Lindenberg, but yeah, Sean Dolak.
That was not a bad pick.
No.
It's in the 7th round, Chris.
I had a 7th round grade on him. I got Higgins graded ahead of him, but I think after Jay Higgins, I really don't know if there was a middle linebacker I had ahead of him.
Yeah.
Power Eccles in North Carolina, I think I had ahead of him too, and then that's it. So
Devontae Davis, I think we had on our, not 100% sure, Florida Atlantic guy. He went to the Colts, defensive tackle.
I don't remember him.
I don't know, it just sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I'll call you right back.
Sounds good. We can talk later. Fiat to Melfonu at strong safety end. So Rupe Hintz won the face-off, but since Ottawa's in overtime, since the Ottawa-Toronto game's in overtime, I'm going to keep going. Now, if the Ottawa-Toronto game's ends and Dallas is tied or Dallas is winning, I am going to end this. But right now, at this juncture, Yeah, so we'll keep this going a little bit longer. I don't know why I put A+ grade. That looks super corny. Yeah, so we are going to end soon. Only thing I'm waiting on is the Toronto Ottawa game to end. That's in overtime. And as long as that's in overtime and the Dallas Colorado game is competitive, I will be happy to keep posting these draft grades. Or Toronto's still tied, so $160 picks up. Only got 16 more. I might have time to do round 6. We'll see. But Smail Mondant and Maui Yoga, the two linebackers, are the two still on the board here. We'll see how this ends up playing out. But I like the Smail Mondant pick. That was a great addition by Philadelphia. That was a great addition. Yep. So I probably will end this at midnight. I've been on for 12 hours, almost 12 hours. I've been on for 10 hours. Is the stream over? No, we're at 10 hours. Holy crap. So we're still on the, yeah, we're still on the air, by the way. Okay. So great. Oran and Colorado scored, so I'm going to keep streaming. Look, if the game was tied or Dallas scored, I would probably watch it, but I'm going to keep streaming. Because I'm pissed about that and I need something to keep me relaxed. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going as long as this stream allows me to go. So Toronto and Ottawa look like they're heading towards double overtime. Yeah, and Colorado still does lead, but Dallas has played a lot better. They've got a lot more momentum. So we might get done with round 5, and we might save rounds 5 and 6 for next week. But right now, I am going to end at midnight regardless of what happens, though. Oh, boy. So they re-airing the NFL draft on NFL Network? They're re-airing it. Yep. And Colorado leads 2-0. So any incentive I had of ending this stream before midnight has vanished. Yeah, so 170 picks are in. All of round 4 is done. All of round 5 is done. And really, we're just looking at these last 4 or 5 write-ups. The sooner you pinpoint your guy, when you're drafting in the first round, the sooner you pinpoint your guy in the draft process, the more time you have to start working on that second pick and analyzing scenarios, what you want to do with that next pick. So if the Patriots already knew they wanted Will Campbell 7 days before the draft, that gave them an entire week to figure out what they want to do at 38. So, because when Carolina drafted Bryce Young, they knew they wanted Mingo with their second pick, but then they ended up trading him. So I'm just kind of curious what the story is on how they came to the conclusion of Travion Henderson. It'd be nice to know that. I don't need that information. It'd just be nice to have it. Yeah, so we're almost done. Round 5, I just finished the final write-up here for round 5, and we're probably going to save round 6 and 7 for next week. Probably are going to save those final 2 rounds, but yeah. Everything is structured here. Like when I schedule these live streams, these shows, everything goes in a certain order. Everything is structured. That's how I like it. I don't want it to be spontaneous or off script. So yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom, and then I'm gonna probably start round 6. But I am gonna end this live stream by midnight. So you're probably gonna get round 6 and 7 next Saturday. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, still at 12 hours. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll resume this next Saturday. I'm at 179 picks. I don't know if we're even gonna get to so. Okay, so we are going to end on this note. It's 11:55. We got 180 picks. This is the furthest I've ever gotten post draft because usually